Hello and welcome back, everyone. I was going to record a video about metagame update, but then I really wanted to kind of squeeze in at least some experience of command economy, because I think command economy is going to be... so there's this kind of a little bit of a thing up in the air. So we have just been kind of evaluating, the main thing I think that is most important for economic system in terms of power level is how much money it's adding or deleting from the economy, and I think to that effect, laissez-faire is, now that I am starting to understand it better, which I wasn't on the very, during the pre-release stream. I was like, oh, interventionism, laissez-faire, interventionism, but then I realized after like looking closer at things that laissez-faire is bugged, and if it's 100% dividends reinvestment, nothing's getting deleted, although in theory, you could look at accumulation of money in your investment pool. You could look at this as deletion of money if you wanted to. Like, you could conceptualize it in this way, which is perhaps not unfair. Also, when you go from laissez-faire to cooperative ownership and you have this huge investment pool that drains out, it feels real good. But the other thing is command economy gives you more control. And it deletes money, but it deletes a lot less money than it used to. And so I wanted to experiment with it, and so that's kind of why I'm having this not scheduled impromptu stream. Hello, everyone. Hello, 3 other people. Yep. Most of the streamers have already started. They already got all the viewers. The viewers are trapped in the clutches of 1.7. Is that Tuodros? Is that him? Is that the Big Daddy? No, it's not. Where's the Big Daddy? Tears for Tuodros. Not yet appeared. So, we are going to be playing the Soviet Union. We're going to be sad facing the null state, and we will be... Can we cancel this? We cannot, nor can we move it not like this. Hopefully it's not getting any of our construction. But we will be continuing on. Now, where were we? Mainly going for... yes, we just acquired the Sikh Empire, and now our cohesion's collapsing. Yes. But we are going to have 3 available mandates, so we will be able to kind of slot in what we want and then just kind of sit on it and just have them as a subject and eventually annex them, so we're going to be fine. Hey everyone, oh man, the people are pouring in. This rice fertilizer bug sucks playing in East Asia. Yeah. Or like, I let the devs know that I thought that they had intended the value to be 20 and it's 30. But for those of you who have not played with a rice farm, let's take a quick look at what the bug he's referring to is that the grain, the values on regular farms, which are half the amount of labor and output and input as the other farms, are 5, 10, 15. And this is the case with every single input on grain, with the exception of, now, fertilizer. This costs 10, 30, and then 30. It should be 10, 20, 30, but it's not. Unless I'm just completely... Just back from Tarkus, he showed how Qing is now broken. I had to ponder, is there a way you could figure out to use their huge investment pool? Qing broken because their infrastructure, you mean? Well, I have a starting steps video on YouTube where we mainly deal with, we show the Opium War, because everyone always asks, how do you win the Opium War? And it's the same way every time. You just kind of deck on Portugal and then you just like micro it out. But a majority of that episode that we have on YouTube is actually dealing with the fact that you just have zero infrastructure and zero access to the market. They really have zero access, though, because that's the capital of Taiping. That's the capital of Taiping, too. And China's about as messy as you could get without actually fully imploding. Make America red again? Bro, Persia border gore? What if two schlongs met under the mistletoe? Would they kiss? We need to screenshot this. We forgot to screenshot it. But I think that this is like the... this is like the most awkward border gore ever. I have an agreement with you. So, but we're coming up on the tech where we're going to be able to go command economy. We're going political agitation and just central planning here. And I think we have all the tier 3 tech, so yeah, we don't have to do anything fancy. We can just let it ride. And then I think we want multilateral alliances. Multilateral alliances, like if we weren't playing to rush command economy, I think would just be better, but We have infinite migration attraction, so we'll just take that. We have infinite migration attraction because freedom of movement is still bugged. And now it gives like, okay, now we're cranking. Look at this, 500,000 pops a year. The values that it's giving, it should be 20% locally on all this stuff, but instead it's a global 20%. So since we've kind of passed that, you can see that we are really starting to crank up, and part of the crank up is involving just getting enough cultural communities to be able to do stuff. Bengal is out, they are recognized. Our Great Game thing never fired, but I think that's because we didn't, I think we did Sandbox, but I thought it was supposed to fire even if you do Sandbox. But from what I hear, Russia can't win the Great Game pretty much anyway. Unless you annex like all of Persia like really, really aggressively. They do not build construction and hoard money in an investment pool. That's been like a separate... The AI for Qing is also just terrible. How would you cash in on it as an outside power? I don't know if you can grant them investment rights and they would build in you. That's maybe possible. I don't really know. Just watched the Turtle Island video. Hey, NepoNeb. I thought it was a great video. Only question is, how do you conquer the Hudson Bay states as France? How did you acquire those? A war. We just decked on the UK. They don't properly defend them, but even if they in the iteration that we had, even if they did properly defend them, you could tick down the war score anyways. I think they fixed that just shortly after that. But yeah, you just navally land them and you just take them. It was through war. I didn't want to spend too much time on it. I tried to make that video pretty lean. Because I was just trying to show off the Turtle Island thing, rather than like show generically, more generically like how to play it. We get the Stonks achievement, who would have thought? So people have been wanting us to regime change the USA, so I suppose we could do that, huh? They will like 100% rev, they will be defensive in that rev, so we won't be able to, or we would be able to help them out. We can't regime change USA? No, not like this. I mean, we could just deck on the USA. They lose this either way. Bum 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 bum. Obligation's not worth a whole lot, so... Why can't we? Unavailable demands. Regime change. Does that have a different requirement now? We never ever use regime change. We're too ideologically similar, really. Presidential and separate census is too ideologically similar to Council Republic with cooperative owner. Okay. I guess we both have voting systems. Your Qing exploded into a million tags. Qing explosion's really common this patch. Yeah. Do you have a new guide on new ownership mechanics and how laws relate to it? No, that's part of why we're streaming today, is we're trying to get a little bit of a better grasp on things. Because I haven't played with Command Economy, I think it might be really good. I'm not really sure if it's good. I'm saying there's a chance, is what I'm saying. Although I think that it's probably the laissez-faire, except laissez-faire at this current juncture is bugged. Oh my god, people are gonna get mad about this. Please, not my gumdrop buttons. Alright. Just gonna expand out some of these. Just try to keep the queue going. It's harder to keep the queue going under Council Republic, which is like kind of a reason for liking laissez-faire. Trade agreement with Ottoman, Austria, Hungary. I think we'd be okay with that. I think they might hate our guts, though. I guess I didn't consider that. Alright, that was easy. We have, like, such a nice lobby for that. Look at this. So every time we appease these guys, we have +9 approval in all of these interest groups just as a function of this lobby. It's like... Bro. We should probably screenshot that, huh? The best lobby in the history of lobbies. Poor Ottomans. Ottomans seem to be having a rough time this patch. So close to USSR total cultural victory, and yet, yeah, truly, the people always talk about there being like a political agenda on the behalf of Paradox. Look at this. They're saying, you know what? Y'all's really truly the same. You act like you're different. Would you make a Persian theocracy series? I'm currently trying to figure out what theocracy I should do. So here's the thing: the actual best religion in game in terms of the mechanics is Jewish, because the bonus of getting extra literacy, and then I think their other one is decreased mortality. That's really, really strong. Decreased mortality, I think, is really a lot better for pop growth than pop growth, because it is, it plays both into migration and regular pop growth. But then, here's the thing: if I play Israel, the comment section will be fucked up. Like, and I kind of don't want to do that. But at the same time, it is the best. So I don't know what to do. The second thing is you can actually release Bosnia and then form a Muslim HRE, which is really memey, so I was thinking of doing that. I love all the random events as your country visits your country, and it's all just good events. Just patting yourself on the back. Obama gives Obama the medal meme. So I don't think we can do anything useful there. We could maybe yo-yo some weird strange thing. You see what the problem is here? Yeah, I can 100% not wanting to play Israel. Yeah. Mortality from fire, not like this. Like, I want to do it because it's the strongest religion, and I want to like limit test how good it is. But like, I won't get like 80 free Palestines in the comment sections unless I navigate it absolutely perfectly. And I won't be able to joke and make memes because people take them way too seriously. Whereas like the swashbuckling schlongs, no one takes seriously at all. Who cares about salty people in the comments? I think it's funny, you should play it. Bro, like... I just don't want the headache, man. Let's get our army. Like, if someone, like... yeah. It's easy to it's easy to say just ignore comments when you're not the one reading them. Also, YouTube would there's a chance that YouTube, if I just mention it, yeah, like I probably shouldn't even be mentioning it in this video. I just get deprioritized on all ad revenue anyway, like as well. Another 12-hour stream? No, just another kind of chilling one. It never crossed my mind that there would be unique Jewish traits. Yeah, they have the best ones. I need to check that out, definitely. They have, like, I think they have the best ones. They have plus 10% literacy, and so that's plus 20% with the bonus, or when it's doubled, and then they have decreased mortality, which I think is better than birth rate. And the decreased mortality is on the first one, like the +6 one, so I just think it's, like, better. And then the whole idea is we would want to use the idea, the religious convocation or whatever thing. Okay, so here's gonna be the rub for us. The sick liberal revolt. Sick pun, bro. We cannot use... Oh, can we... Yeah, we can't use forced regime change because... they have to be a member for 5 years. So what's going to end up happening is we're going to lose all of our cohesion now. I think that we're going to try and figure out what we want right now, though. While we have all the mandate. So we could go construction 3. I don't think we want to. could go... I don't think that's good. We could go back to advanced research. I was thinking we do external trade, mainly because it's going to give us a whole lot more Diplo. But honestly, our statue gives us a lot of Diplo, so maybe that's not going to be as good. We could try out food standardization. Efficient canning is an interesting one. Transport infrastructure honestly feels the most themey. For USSR, so maybe we like that. Do we just want to go themey and test out transport infrastructure? We haven't used transport infrastructure before, but I just think it's like kind of bad. The other thing is like, so I got to put in the PMs for this stuff. These PMs are difficult to evaluate. Let's take a quick look at this maybe. So what was this? Let's do joint steam trains, or joint electric. We'll take a look at this one. Is 40 infrastructure, 45 transport, and then 612. So 40, 45, 612. And then... this is... 30. This is only 30, 35, and it's 510. Oh man, we actually have to like do math. 30, 35, 510. So it's kind of like getting more throughput almost. But the inputs are increased by 20%. I mean, if you increase the inputs by 20% and the outputs by 20%, that's just good. But the outputs are increased by, like, closer to 25%, right? But it still just makes it bigger, and it's multiplicatively effective with other stuff. I don't know. Are you guys feeling that? What are you feeling? Maybe we take a little bit of pull. Good for engagement? That's true. It would be good for engagement, but if I got a lot of people reporting my video, I could get, like, in trouble. I think. I don't know. Maybe I might end up doing it, but I'm saying I'm expressing an apprehension for it. I might have, like, a thing at the start. Thank you, Creature 247. Yeah, meta gameplay on Victoria 3 is not that common in terms of like people making videos. Is there any way to control the investment pool? Not super directly because it's all private. 3080 construction. What about it? Are you saying my construction's too low? Man, can't get through one stream without someone making fun of us. The truth hurts. You can play Jewish Devout without having to play Israel. Just change your other countries to Jewish and just play that, like maybe Prussia. I could do that, but everyone would take that as an indication of, like, support on Palestine, like, over Israel as well. I feel like. Maybe that wouldn't... Oh, I forgot to open stream elements. For reading the boops. We do love reading the boops. Thank you for the Prime sub, Fanatics47. Big nice. Yeah, so... I'm not breaking any rules, but if a bunch of people report your thing, you get auto bopped by the YouTube bot. Yeah, so like I don't know. But well, so this is highly committal because we're actually going to lose all of our mandate. So maybe we should have a poll. What we do. So I think vassalization or external trade are just best. Market unification is useless, kind of, for us. I really think construction... I mean, we could stay on construction 1 and just hold on to it. So, okay. Let's just... So, option 1's gonna be hold on. Which I think is fine. And just say, you know what, our 10% construction is actually really valuable right now. We'll stay with that, so... Or diamond hands, right, yeah. We gotta add the memes. And then, option 2 will be transport infrastructure, which I think is not good enough, but I'm kind of keen on testing it out. And then external trade and vassalization I think are the best options. Particularly vassalization would be giving us a lot of authority, which is not something we have, and now we have like 10 or 11 subjects, so it would be giving us like 250 flat authority. But honestly, vassalization in terms of what we're doing, where we're having a ton of subjects, is maybe not as useful. And then external trade, which is going to give us a ton of it's going to give us a ton of more Diplo juice to like mess about with. So, hello, comrade. The meme menace is here. Did you figure out if LF or interventionism is better? I think... Well, so I want to test out command economy. The thing is like, from the access of just stimulating the economy, laissez-faire seems to be better if it was not bugged. With the bug, I don't know how to evaluate it. It's going to depend on which proportion of your buildings are subject to the bug, because it's not every building that gets bugged. If a lot of your buildings are bugged, which I think happens in the late game, then interventionism is better. Interventionism also might be better very, very initially because it gives you control of more money, so it's better for ramping up construction faster. But this is why command economy might be good. But there's no negative money malice at the end of the tunnel, so like it's not like there's a GDP fall off at some point in time. And I suppose we could just keep playing while the poll runs, but transport infra is maybe... I mean, we have a good sort... We don't have... Well, okay. We could probably make good use of the authority, but maybe the authority is not even that good. Maybe transport infra actually just would be good here. So we're down to 5 infamy. I think we were planning some moves. Oh yeah, the moves were to wait until we get political agitation. We must make the single party in the state. Diamond Hands is winning. Oh baby. I like the stock. The Belgian proletariat revolts. I mean, surely we have to... Surely we have to help out our international comrades. We are alive and well, yes. Hey, Ultraweed. How did you manage to do the USSR glitch? I did not. I did this the old-fashioned way. It doesn't work anymore. Even if you get the movement, you can do stuff to force the radicalism, but even then it doesn't work. I think we want the revolt to win because we can deck the revolt. I'm not sure if we want him to win so bad that we don't want to do something about it. I really hate the colonialization events. Get a Tamil mass migration, hell yeah. Oh, we can't. Yeah, we have a truce, so we can't do it. The Soviet dream. All that's glitter. Now, remember. Oh, well. Let's just do this one. I love democracy. Diamond hands time. Gotta side with them in the name of proletarian internationalism? Of course. Diamond hands. Should we refund? Should we refund all our other stuff? Hold! Oh, looks like we might not even need to do anything. if our side's just winning. No, you don't get to control your own market. You came to the wrong place. Although if they're one state and they're isolated, they shouldn't care. I kind of don't like that they care. It's like functionally the same for them. So I think that Punjab is killing our cohesion. Right, as soon as we got Punjab, our cohesion started tanking. Oh, what's this? What's this? Look at this. It's not tanking. Don't know what to make of that. I guess it's because we accept them culturally. So maybe once you get multiculturalism, you can spread your ideology. Yes, this ideology is rated E for everyone. I think we'll delete you. The one ship that never got built. Terrible. Stable cohesion? Yeah. So I'm guessing it's cultural accept. Oh, nope, just kidding. Well, it's going to 67. That's not too bad. That's like, that's a tolerable level. This has just been like pulling teeth though. We're also in a position where we can annex some people. Which I'm not even sure if we want to do that. I think we're just supposed to drain them dry of pops first. Is there anyone who's really not on board with the program? Let's get them on board with the program. Oh my god, I'm stupid. They can't go Council Republic yet. God damn it, we did the same thing last time. They don't have the tech. They don't have the required tech. Alright, we're gonna have to start, playing like gamers and actually significantly impacting the queue. Do domestic. The game doesn't like when you are looking at some of this stuff. Benin. Let's do some of that. I know where we are gonna have like infinite wood, huh? Have you regime changed Punjab? We can't. We have to wait 5 years. They have to be a subject for 5 years. Some people, Dylan, have been having really severe issues from what I sound like heard, but it seems like a really, it seems like a very small minority, but then, like, the issues are very severe. Let's improve working conditions for the proletariat. Yeah. This was not as bad on the early access version, where like the lagging between this. I'm wondering what's causing it. I'm super curious. I don't know. I think it's the fact that it's calculating stuff for our entire everything. When it's calculating for the other guys, it's like a problem. If we are going to do the Soviet trains, though, the Soviet choo-choos, it's better to do it early instead of later. Looks like people are voting for vassalization second. Transport infra. Kind of leaning towards transport infra in terms of... I think we're just going to do whatever the poll says, but... Diamond hands, though. We don't know where we have all of our sulfur. Happy Tuesday, Belgian thunderstorms. How you doing? Add some more of this stuff. We 51'd a lot of these. 51, of course, being an important throughput breakpoint. When are you playing Jabal Shamar, as you never promised? Well, I'll play it when I didn't say I was gonna play it, yeah. For those of you who can remember, it was redacted. So it was written. So it shall be. It looks like people are also leaning towards vassalization. How much money are we getting from our vassals anyways, though? Because we've been building a lot in their countries. Like, Mexico is giving us 50k. This is not a tiny, tiny amount. I mean, it's not huge compared to... The problem is that the bankroll is just kind of an obscene thing. 1/3 of our income's coming from bankrolls. Like, someone asked how we had so much construction, and then... Or someone commented on our construction, and I pretended like I thought he was making fun of us, but... if you were... That's, like, one of the ways in which we have so much construction. To answer your question earlier, is we have an enormous bankroll. And so... then, like, the amount of construction we're supporting here, like, just imagine... We're paying 1.9 million on construction goods. Imagine we had 1 million less money. Our construction would be half, right? Maybe not half, but you get the idea, I think. Truly, we talk about free money modifiers when we're talking about economies and all this jazz. Like, the real free money modifier is the bankroll, because this is drawing money out of nothing, and then they go bankrupt, and then the debt is forgiven. Right? So... Like, it's the real free money modifier. I think them also not having a good attitude towards us hurts our whatever cohesion. We have to find someone to go for. Someone to go for. I mean, I think we have a truce with Persia. Oh no, we don't. Let's make the chat as angry as possible. Let's make the gore worse. Inspiring them a pure, unadulterated rage. Born of hatred. We could have fixed this, but instead we won't. Instead we're gonna go for Ishvan. Someone said that you don't get refunded when someone backs down to your war goals, so we're gonna be pretty leery about adding in extra stuff. Would I play Great Britain in this patch? That's probably gonna be the next GP I play. Although a lot of people voted for Germany, so I guess we could do Germany. You'd love to see me play a hard country like Gaza. Oh man, I think playing Gaza, and he's referring to this Gaza. I think that's another one that could get me in trouble. I think playing as Gaza, even if it's the wrong Gaza, or playing as Israel is maybe a bit of a no-no right now. Ah, we got a baboop, but it wasn't babooping. The schnozberries didn't taste like schnozberries. Do we want to change the politician to a feminist? But the second thing is, do we want a feminist to agitate? I think we could make the feminist a communist happy. I actually don't know if we can make a feminist communist happy. I lied. We'll try though. Stylus EU West. Thank you for the follow. Or EUW. You still want to see Ethiopia run? It's gonna, like, 2 days. I'm gonna post it. I have an Ethiopia start. I'm gonna make people decide between if they want Ethiopia continued or Turtle Island continued. You can play a Zulu, although Gaza specifically is harder because they only have one starting tech. It has one starting tech? Oh man, we might have to do that. Oh, we get the character appear too? No, that's not what we wanted. We didn't want the character to also appear. We wanted to prevent the character from appearing. We don't have our grant leadership cooldown. Oh wait, we just don't tolerate women. Okay, yeah, that's fair. Fair is fair. You got me. Caught in 4K. Caught lacking. I wish they agitated for something other than presidential republic. I mean, their support's critical, but the radicalism's low. Radicalism's low because we are on an absolute tear in terms of SOL, but if we go command economy, the radicalism will increase, so I don't know what happens then. Probably a lot of tiers. Room. Yeah, it's freaking... So if it's hot around where I live, then that means a lot of people are gonna be out and, like, driving on PCH. All hail the fish, though. We'll do what we should have done long ago. I think fish are so back, baby. Like, in particular is because grain PMs really suck hard now, and fish is a substitute good. If you flood your market with fish, you'll give a bunch of people a bunch of stuff to eat. Gaza at least has homeland surrounding it for when it gets colonization, but oof. Yeah, one tech is rough. Meta for Gaza is to conquer Transvaal. Yeah, being next to Transvaal is, like, pretty big. The hardest starts, or these starts are also, like, maybe, like, more difficult in the way that Gaza is supposed to be difficult than Gaza is. Because starting on the coast is really, 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 useful. Like, at the very beginning of the Krakow run, the first thing we're trying to do is get to the coast, any coast. And that's why, like, the landlocked guy here is probably pretty rough, and, like, why Indian Territory is rough. Indian Territory wouldn't be rough at all if it wasn't landlocked. Their only tech is urbanization. That's a nice tier. That's a nice tech, though, to have if you're only going to have one. We've also seen in a ton of our games, like, in nearly all of our games, we actually see Transvaal eventually annex Gaza, so... We, of course, will click unfortunate because we don't need the migration attraction because we have infinite migration attraction. I don't understand why this is seeming to be slower than the Qing run. It's still, this is still faster than 1.6, but like what we're doing right now. Maybe my computer's hot. Maybe this is it. Jesus. I hope that's not it. Let's turn the fan up. We've been having issues. It's hot. Computer's struggling. Hopefully that's not too freaking loud. might be too loud. It's kind of loud. I don't know. Let me know. If it's too loud, we can figure out a different fan setting. All the nations you play seem way harder in the update. I think people have been asking me how so-and-so start. I think every start that's not a GP is harder because the AI plays better. Actually, I think the AI just plays better, so every start's just harder. Every single country's harder. So, like, we were trying to do some Panama nonsense. I don't even know if that's possible anymore. Like, where we just stay as a single state as Panama. Some of the Lake Victoria states are better than others because they have primary cultures conducive to colonizing the area around them faster. Like, Chile can colonize between it and Egypt. That makes sense. Or Ancoli. Kagwe can colonize down to Gaza. Makes sense. Alright. Our first GP has been acquired of the run. They're not so great anymore, though. First GP acquired. They were great back in high school. They've fallen off. Peaked. Play in Austria experience. Truth hurts. What's the best win condition for playing GPs? Hedge, eco, great game, etc. Win condition. I mean, the thing I kind of care about is GDP, but to be fair, with foreign investment, GDP is, like, different, or, like, it might not even make sense to think of things in that way, because, like, we own a GDP in other countries. We have a bunch of buildings in Bolivar, right? We own 97% of the GDP there. That's not contributing to our GDP. So GDPs are going to be smaller, but that's not an indication that you have less, like, strength. I don't even know how to think about it anymore. Gotta catch them all GPs. Yeah, I ran into an interesting problem when playing Turtle Island because you need to have a GP with 80 approval of you, but if you annex all the GPs, how are you supposed to get any approval of them? Just perma unrecognized can never form a power block. Dev said somewhere that they're thinking they're going to make it so that unrecognized major powers can form a block, which is going to make China like much better at the start. Namaste. I mean, I guess we'll recruit this guy. We just won't mobilize the conscripts. Have them deal with Nama. These fishing wharves are gonna finish so fast. Yeah, I definitely prefer playing on capitalism. On laissez-faire. We need more Lenin statues. I call myself a streamer, but I don't even have the Soviet anthem prepped here. Terrible. Actually, don't call myself a streamer. I wouldn't say I'm not a streamer, but I never refer to myself as a streamer. This is gonna give us more Diplo score. We could check on the poll. I think you guys might be diamond handsing it up, though. I have a sneaking suspicion Diamond Hands is still winning. Vassalization's, like, in really good shape other than that, though. Is it fully released now or still early access? Fully released. Is my stream title wrong? Hopefully I didn't mess up the stream title. Adds a new starting block with China. There's a mod that does it? Yeah. What you're drinking actually looks like gasoline or diesel. Good, your eyes work. It is gasoline or diesel. But not both. It's one of the two. Can never have enough Lenin statues, that's what we're saying. Lenin's like not even born yet. Has getting multiculturalism gotten harder or easier in this patch, or is it roughly the same? I'd say it's roughly the same. I'm not really sure what would affect it too much. Now, it seems better, because it seems like it affects your ability to develop or have cohesion. I think that... I mean, we have 13 subjects now. It's gonna give us like 500 to 600 authority. Are these the most themey? Maybe we ditch freedom of movement. Bro, it's so OP. It's like good, but it's so broken. It's like not even working properly. We almost have Bulgaria in our grasp. They would be the first person we pull into our block. Oh, what's this? Asa wishes to join the commenter, and I think we're gonna say no. I don't think we'd be particularly... I think that'd be really, like, shooting our... I think that would be shooting our, cohesion in the foot. The theocracy, autocracy? No thanks, bud. You can't sit with us. You'd be like 19? Okay. I want to bulk, I will consume high caloric minerals. Soon he'll eat uranium. That's true. I'm a year out from when Lenin starts to spawn in game, although since you've already got Council Republic, he can't spawn for you. Boo. I think that's fine. I think we've moved past Lenin. And by past, I mean we raced him. Wow, do we really have that many... We've passed so many things the trade unions like. Why do they hate us? They're plus 20 loyal. Rough. Can a guy get a break? We have the power of ideology on our side. What's this? What did I miss there? Wait, when did we fight? Oh, we didn't even notice. Yeah, okay, fair. Oh, we should have gone for war reps on Persia too. Playing a little loose here. Okay. Do some of that. How do you get cohesion working under ideological union? You have to really have like similar cultures and laws, and it's currently bugged. I don't know exactly how it is bugged, so I can't give you like a very precise way. I think the tooltip's not very clear how we're generating cohesion. My understanding is though it has to do with the ideological and like acceptance like if we come in here, I think that this also matters, how much leverage we have over members of our bloc. Although we have pretty poor leverage, to be honest. Oh, that's getting lost over there? Come on. Where's the Shadow Realm army? Oh, they're having their own struggle. We're stretched a little thin, I guess. I mean, we have overwhelming power in some spots, but... gonna move this guy away to here, but we're not gonna actually move him here. We're just gonna use him to land up there. Please finish your battle, sir, so we can land. Oh man, I remember when you had you couldn't queue up, swapping from pushing to not. There's a fix on the Discord. Yeah, it's like you need to put a bracket in some place. But it's just like absolutely insane. Sovereign Empire is struggling with cohesion too, really? Well, Sovereign Empire is not as bad because that's not how you generate mandate, right? Okay, I didn't realize it was bugged for everyone, but like, the real problem with Ideological Union is that's how you're generating mandate. Bro, you know what? I bet you can actually swap to this, swap all the PMs, and then swap back to something else. And it's super broken. I would not be shocked if that was what you could do here. We would just have so much infrastructure, bro. I don't even think 20% convoys is that strong, though. The thing is, that has, like, diminishing value. Do we not have a percentage modifier? Interesting. Yeah, Austria is looking real grim, actually, these days. It's been rough. I'm also shocked that if their liberty desire is like 0, like actual 0, they're generally super willing to accept annexation, which I thought was interesting. Yeah, if we want to annex them, we have to give them... What is it? So they don't have to go to war. So now they don't have to come in on our place. I think we want to annex them, and so that'll be good for us. Is it only England and Russia who can make power blocks? No, any major power plus can make them. So you can start one at the very game start with Brazil. France is the only one I've really seen make power blocks. So, will I be releasing tutorials for 1.7? I'm planning on doing a tutorial for 1.7 after this stream. I just wanted to try out command economy and just see it for myself before just like, but rather than having like some sort of tutorial be a little bit more speculative, because I wanted to put a metagame update out today. Kind of just trying to be fast about being like, okay, here's 20 or so things I think have changed considerably, or to keep your eye on while you're playing. And just have it really as close to release as possible. I think I have a little over 50 hours now. Like 30 was over maybe week and a half I had the game leading up to release, and then like 24 off the 2 12-hour streams. Although to be fair, I was away from keyboard at some of that. Wait, the coders forgot a bracket that completely messed up the game? That's... Well, so the The cohesion kind of works, but it just, like, sometimes violently, like, moves up and down when it shouldn't. Is it my game, or did they mess up the go back hotkey? They messed up mouse button 4. This was the very first piece of feedback I gave them. I was like, my mouse button 4 is not working. But what's the bug in laissez-faire? I don't think I've explained it today, but we could explain it really briefly. So currently, let's show the laissez-faire law first. Oh well, we won't. It was easier to show when we're on laissez-faire. Currently, they're supposed to give 100% government dividends reinvestment. That means there should be none of this modifier for government dividends. And to be fair, I think all of these that we have are abroad. But what it would happen is that it would, if a thing was entirely government-owned, like this is entirely government-owned, it would work as designed and it would be 100% reinvestment. I don't think that that's how it's working for us now because we're not on laissez-faire. But it would be 100% reinvestment. But if something was split between public and private ownership, like for example, let's find something that's, well, actually this is probably split for them. If something is split between public and private ownership, the way it would work is that it would contribute, for laissez-faire, it would contribute proportion to how much stuff was privately owned. It would, instead of doing all to the investment pool, it would be contributing to government dividends. And government dividends are kind of bad because even though it gives you a lot of control, it's deleting money from your economy. Now, I'm not sure, it's not like strictly bad because it's giving you more control, but it's, I think you'd rather not have that. I think because the thing is reinvestment is something that you generally like anyways, because it pays for stuff. Right, the investment pool in construction goods is like the biggest thing that you pay for, so yeah. I feel like it's a lot easier for me to show if I was actually on laissez-faire, so I apologize. It's like, if that's maybe not as clear as I would have liked. This is like, the delay for this is like unlike anything that I've experienced with the game so far. I'm really curious what's going on there. And again, it's showing, I'm trying to have it only show domestic because I think that that improves performance, but oh, Hale's maybe not a good place for it. Have they tried doing the Great Game as Russia? It seems impossible. That's what I've heard. Their devs are going to change how much weighting prestige gives or remove it. Yeah. Sovereign empire cohesion is based on the liberty desire of your subjects. It is pretty debilitating for you, but once you have all your mandate, it's useless. It's not useless because cohesion influences how easily you can pull new people into your block. And so if you can pull new people into your block and then subjugate them, you could also subjugate people for free. So I don't know if I would call it useless, because if you have zero cohesion, you can't subjugate them for free, right? Looks like our landing is maybe getting in there. Things are getting fixed. Not these borders, though. We will nationalize everything. Monetary compensation is for the weak. Oh, this is Egypt. Yeah, we'll give monetary compensation. I wish you... One problem I don't like is I wish I could control who I'm taking stuff from. I think I'm just gonna have bad relations with Persia, so... I guess if you do it one at a time, you can control it. Well, no, because if you don't want to privatize, then you just get bricked. I think we get in with this army. Yeah, okay, we do. It's small, but they're fighting a rev, and they're fighting the stronger state. Where, I guess Bolivia is probably the place we want to annex most, because they have a company we maybe want to use. Maybe. Yeah, actually, we do not currently have sulfur. We don't have lead either, but the sulfur railway company would be really nice here, so we're gonna give them exempt from service. I think that they're already a puppet. Yeah, they are. Although, to be fair, we are siphoning off pops from them, so they will just get cheaper and cheaper to annex later and later. You don't like the new update that the construction is now behind like 3 tabs? Deeds, not words. Is that a new one? I don't think so. But now we can promote her to get rid of her if we want. Yeah. I don't think we want to do that though, because we're about to get, or actually we can roll now, Vanguardists. And so maybe that's what we want to do. Where are you from? Deleting these guys in theory is like, not as good as assigning them somewhere, but... because they're already pretty mad. Okay, so we won't recruit any generals in there. And then we're gonna need to find a Vanguardists. That's an authoritarian. Corporatist, but he's not popular, so we can just recruit him. Authoritarian, not exactly what we want. Market liberal, he's disliked, so we're okay with him. Anarchist is fine-ish. I think we have people who are indifferent as to whether or not we go command economy. Authoritarian isn't command economy pro. No, it's not. We need Vanguardist. Specifically. I think we're gonna just exile this guy. There's a Vanguardist. I don't think 15 is gonna be popular enough to do it, though. I have a sneaking suspicion 15 is not good enough. On the laissez-faire bug, if I understand correctly, 100% of the dividends were supposed to go in the investment pool? Yes, but are instead mistakenly going to government dividends? Yes, and when they go to government dividends, 75% of them get deleted, and so it might not be, it might be destroying money rather than giving you free money. These Not Words has been feminism achievement? Yeah, I just haven't seen it in a while. It sucks that they were behind socialism. It could have easily had Vanguardists there. by the time you get to single starting state. I understand why they changed it behind being political agitation, though. Yeah. They're the only ones that support it over the other stuff. I think it won't be too risky for us to have that. But I have to imagine that we have at least one. I mean, we could check. Maybe we don't have a lot of generals that are. I mean, we found one guy, so this is our vanguardist. He needs to be the most popular guy. That is. So we would have to fire this traditionalist. Oh, maybe we've been kind of heads up. We'd have to fire the Social Democrat. I don't think we've promoted any of these guys, at least. So we'd have to fire 2 generals and admirals. We'd have to fire 3, 4. We'd have to fire 4 generals and admirals. Maybe we could do that. I think we're gonna roll a little bit more, see if we can get anyone better, or that's like easier, more straightforward. I guess I mean, we could maybe wait until we get central planning, but it makes sense to roll now, because if we manage to just spike a good guy and then someone dies in the meantime, and then we just get the vanguardist without needing to use our cooldowns, that's probably a little bit better. It's best to fire a traditionalist regardless. Yeah, that's fair enough. That's fair enough. The traditionalist being the most popular guy, right? Yeah. It's probably not too big an investment. What do we got on their approval? Okay, we could just so do it. Yeah, this is super fine. I thought that their approval was close. It's not close. It's just like, they just love it. So we can just retire a few. I think that we also haven't... We promoted Intelligentsia, guys. When we were going for the multiculturalism, we didn't promote rural folk, guys. So, because we weren't trying to roll more rural folk. Yeah, now that we got feminism, you can... Oh... Thought we didn't promote anyone. We're not gonna fire the traditionalists with 5 approval. Okay, so it's time to do a little bit of rolling. A little bit of role play, you know what I mean? When your girlfriend says she wants to do a little bit of role play, this is what she's talking about. She's talking about rolling generals. And then you tell her, I learned from the best. Please don't do any of that. That's awful. We can't recruit him because he's 15. Okay, we're gonna take a look at admirals. I'm gonna go start another Prussia game. Godspeed, my friend. Last one ended in bankruptcy. Good luck. Be a little bit careful about government dividends. I can imagine government dividends causing death spirals in some situations. If you become reliant on them and then you randomly spike minus bureaucracy and it takes you over the edge. Yeah. The thing is, I think we would have to do it through a trade unionist. Is this risky? The 10 stack guy we can exile, I suppose. I think that we want to just get rid of the really popular market liberal. I just feel like he's not in the right place here. I mean, let's take a look at what we have in terms of armed forces on the... Okay, I think we have 1 general, 2 that are 3, that are, what do they call them? Trade unions. So maybe this is the best place for vanguardists. What we would really want is a vanguardist armed forces, but I don't think that's going to happen. Jingoist, we have a Jingoist 10, and that's it. That's our most popular guy. Okay, so we do not care so much about recruiting a 10. Which of these guys do we hate more? Probably this guy. We really are not rolling a lot of armed forces guys at all. Or, I mean, sorry. Well, not armed forces guys either. It's like all intelligentsia. We kind of wish we had fewer intelligentsia generals at this point, but... Still can't figure out Prussian econ? Interesting. Is there something unique to it, or is just the new econ system is giving you some problems? Can't do 10 because our one guy we like is 10. I mean, I guess we could exile this guy. Vanguardists, please, where are you? Your country needs you. Well, I mean, we have the rural folk guy in the bag, I guess. And he's popular enough. Yeah, we could just do this. New econ, I can't dump everything on Silesi the same way as before. The vanguardist on rural is 15? Okay. Hey Kokuo, how's it going? How you doing? How you be? Do the things be thangin'? Nassau is requesting that we give them access to their own market. Oh. Kinda don't like Austria having them. Yeah, sure. It's not what we... I didn't realize that... they're a subject of Austria, I guess. We could fund lobbies. Let's end the poll. Ooh, vassalization won the poll. Okay. We'll go vassalization then for now. Eh, it's a good chunk of authority. The new order? Hell yeah, brother. That's because we put in all of our things to max level. But with this, we could bolster some groups if we want, or suppress. We have a market liberal intelligentsia, and we just fired some intelligentsia generals. That's probably not good, actually. Our intelligentsia bonus. Did they change the bonuses for Russia, or is this just because I used a different version of the game? Where I started it out on my pre-release patch, and then I've continued on the live patch. Because I believe Russia was supposed to have a different intelligentsia. Is it worth it to create a power block? Yeah, power blocks are insane. General's liar, not passing command, big no-no. We're working on it. We're getting there. We're getting there. Going central planning way earlier than we would normally. We're getting mass migrations from UA. No way. Oh, we can deck on them here. It's just 10 infamy. God, that's so good. Probably don't need this guy. We full annex them here? Surely not. Yeah, you spend less time over like 90 because of the high taxes change. You spend less time over 90. What is it? Legitimacy. So makes it even better. The Forbidden City. Can you explain when to nationalize? I think kinda not. I think you almost. I don't think you ever want to nationalize building that's owned by your own pops at this point. I'm not super confident that that evaluation will always be the same. Like I might change my opinion, but as of right now, I think the things you want to nationalize are foreign buildings of people who you don't care about your relations with. And that I think you want to do relatively aggressively, but other than that, I don't think you want to nationalize. Try working with that rural folk vanguardist. Well, I don't want to use the. I don't want to. We have 10 months. If this guy just happens to die, which accidents happen, people fall out windows. Oh, just lock in the cooldown. I don't think it's on cooldown. But you're right, we might want to just use our cooldown. Our cooldown might be more important. I was thinking that, hey, if this guy just dies, but he's only 47, we're going to take a save here just in case stuff gets weird. Yeah. So it shouldn't be too hard for us to go command economy here. Let's go you. I also would like to get the armed forces demarginalized in as the Red Army. Oh, you led me astray. We can't do this just yet. We need to be able to I didn't really think he was going to be so pissed. We won't be able to slot him in government now unless we can pass the law immediately. You should try min-max total run and see what the highest GDP is in 1900. 1900 specifically? It's really high. I would have to restart. I think a fully optimized Turtle Island run, I think, is with Ching. And I'd want to wait until they change the infrastructure because they said they're going to change it. It's okay, he'll like it when you start passing single party state, but I need him to be in government. He will radicalize out of government, and I won't be able to slot him in unless I pass single party state, and then I can't pass single party state unless he's in. That's a scary USSR? Yeah. But what about this? Does this have you more frightened? Are you scared of this? I am. It haunts my dreams. God, Prussia's getting in every play. Someone told me that you don't get a refund anymore if you go for something and someone backs down. Just makes me not want to go for as much. I think Anhui is the only two-state release here. We've had some days pass, so we're gonna demobilize our other relatively large army. There's also like a bug with recruitment, and I'm not sure exactly how it works. Let's see. So we recruited quite some time ago. This up to 90. They are fully recruited now. Okay, well that's good. You have to nationalize it all manually, sadly. Oh, does it force? Yeah. You have to do it manually. You definitely get a refund when you back down. Someone said that they changed that in this patch specifically. So have you done it in this patch? Do you know when you fight some country to change their regimes, their presidents always become leader if you're a monarchy? So why would they fight you? So, I don't know. Ask George Washington. Man. They offered him kingship and he said, nah, that ain't me. We shouldn't in theory be floating this authority here, but we're gonna be, we can use it to pass command economy faster. Wine is just popping off. I don't know how to evaluate the wine changes. I don't know how I feel about them. I think I don't like it. Wine in theory should just always be super expensive now. Yeah, and it is. Not as expensive as opium though. That's a little surprising. To be fair, we've been forcing opium super hard. But that wouldn't... Huh. Today I played If Someone Backed Down, You Got the Infamy refund. Okay. I just had someone comment and I like hadn't verified / seen that at all. And I was like, that seems weird, but okay. Like the wine change seems weird, but okay. Wine now counts. Please stay on domestic. Wine now, I guess for gold I actually do want to build elsewhere, but wine now counts as a intoxicant as well, not just as a luxury drink, which means it actually should just get disgustingly overrepresented. Because sell orders, the number of sell orders of a thing is proportional, or is it's proportional. Sorry, the consumption is based off of the sell orders, not the actual price of the item. And if wine is fulfilling both intoxicant needs and luxury drink needs, then in theory your wine is going to double dip. Unless I'm mistaking it. So everyone might notice more expensive wine. Your wine is going to double dip in terms of the amount of sell orders you have is going to drive consumption for two things instead of just one. It's going to drive it for intoxicants and it's going to drive it for luxury drinks. And because of that, you will be there will be more buy orders than there otherwise would be if there otherwise would be, in terms of classes of goods that are operating like alongside it, because it's in two classes of goods simultaneously. So it creates a whole bunch of buy orders for it from intoxicants, and then it creates a whole bunch of buy orders from it from luxury drinks. I think there's a better way for me to put it, but that's what we're thinking about. How much are we spending on mill goods? Not a lot, okay. But if wine will just always be like 20% more expensive than every other intoxicant in your market, then it's possible. It's possible that wine is really good. We'd have to do the math. Just like if everyone always notices wine being expensive, then maybe it's worth it to have a wine company and try and export wine, which is like something we've not encountered in the past. I mean, I guess it's the vodka monopoly, right? But the flip side of this is grain or intoxicants. The other stuff will get underconsumed. So if we scroll to the bottom of our thing, let's see what we can find in terms of intoxicants. So liquor minus 21%, tobacco minus 17%. These are the other intoxicants. There's opium's the other intoxicant, which is actually more expensive than us. The other thing right now for us. But we see coffee, which is the one of the other luxury goods, minus 10, and then minus 6 here. So how do we like think through like wine being like this? I don't know the answers. Is wine the only dual good then? I think there's a few. There's other dual goods, but so like services provides multiple needs. But it's the only. But they have like really wrecked weighting in a lot of spots. I guess we could take a look at. We could talk about it. We could talk about it. I mean, I'm probably going to talk about this in a tutorial sometime soon. Or trying to think through it. So, let's see. Do browser. So, if we take a look here. Maybe we can slide this over. Stuff like that. Not that thing. The other one. So if we take a look here, there's going to be some stuff that's going to have multiple, or first of all, this isn't updated yet. It's still showing it just in luxury drinks, but it actually satisfies intoxicants now. But there's no good in these classes of goods that's double dipping. But if we see here in like services provide services here, but transportation provides transportation here and here. But it's like, wine is also a leisure good, which like compounds the effect. Services is in here too. The best, opium's also a leisure good too. I didn't even realize it. Is that new? No, that was part of the other change. Small arms is the best thing to have an obsession with, because the PM for small arms is better than the PM, any of the other PMs in here. So you'd rather your pops overconsume small arms and you get to overproduce small arms. It also changes fluctuations from your stuff, but the fact that it's like wine getting to double dip intoxicants and luxury drinks is a really big deal, because your pops consume a lot of intoxicants, man, and they also consume a decent amount of luxury drinks. Like, these are both acquired at a much lower threshold than the leisure goods. And the leisure goods are also capped in terms of what's going on. There's also a decreased weight for opium, but not a decreased weight for wine there. But, like, I don't know, you guys could, like, let me know. Is everyone else having super expensive wine as well? And so, but if wine is going to just tend to be expensive, then, like, it's going to be better to build. Game constantly crashes. I'm sorry, James. It's the only dual good between those two classes, which are really heavily consumed. What is it? There's also dual goods between regular foods and luxury foods. You've had a weird bug where the AI are building up their army at all? Has this been happening to you? They're building up a whole lot less than last patch. Last patch they overbuilt their army, like, super, super hard, though. Alright, we're getting a little bit close to command economy here. Which I think we're not going to add more spending. I hate those events. They just feel bad. God, what a disgusting little yin-yang border thing that we have in China here. Italy wine run next. I mean, I think that, so like, if you're looking at, if wine is just going to be expensive, and then when you dump it to other people's markets, they will overconsume it, this changes things, you know? Here's where the potentials are. This is not something I've ever cared about ever, but now maybe it's important. We can't even produce wine that well in Russia. It's not like it's everywhere for us. But yeah, I mean, if it's gonna be 20% more expensive, then the PM's it's just always gonna be same. Wiki watching, basically. Still on wiki screen? Oh no. My bad. Sorry. But here's the potentials. I haven't switched back to game. My bad. Damn it, there's like a 1 minute delay or something. Ugh. But, I mean, I almost want to go back to the browser and show like the wine PM. If the wine is just 20% more expensive, and it's just always expensive, and then in particular, so when we export wine, we create buy orders in someone else or sell orders in someone else's market, right? So if we export wine to France, because their wine is no good, I'm joking with that one. If we export wine to France, we create sell orders in their market, and those sell orders inform how many buy orders there will be, what the consumption profile looks like, and the fact that it's applying to two different goods means that they might slurp up the wine faster than they would another good and let it replace their own domestic goods easier. Is that a mod where your notifications show up to the left of your outliner? No. Mine cover your outliner? Could it be a resolution or UI scaling thing? It could be UI scaling. I'm on 90%. I don't know. They changed this somewhat recently, but I don't know. This is something I was meaning to ask community. Is wine expensive for everyone else? More expensive? Is it more expensive than your other intoxicants, and is it more expensive than your other luxury drinks? Now, to be fair, our opium is more expensive, but we are also we're creating, opiums, you create more buy orders for opium because you're using them in, military PMs as well. So the consumption, the pop consumption on the opium is created based on how many sell orders there are, and then on top of that, there's additional buy orders from the barracks. Although there's really not a lot of buy orders from the barracks, so... Wine is way more consumed and expensive than other stuff. 16% of pop needs. And then as you also create more wine, although to be fair, you kind of don't want to tax a lower tier good generally, but you're taxing both. As you create more wine, that's going to make the 100 authority consumption tax on it more valuable. So wine might be like new meta in a really weird way. It's in option settings. So I'm kind of curious about that one. But I guess speaking of, maybe we push it. Yeah, I mean, maybe wine's just like a disgustingly good PM. I don't know. Okay, has everyone else been having this, or is this is maybe a problem with me loading a save from a different patch? Maybe there's a compatibility issue here, or a leak that's created by, because this is not my experience before. Well, that's okay. I think we will be able to see kind of command economy still. Maybe we just don't play super deep on this. Turmoil still hasn't dropped in the places I think where I need it to drop. Oh, maybe it has. I keep choosing the normal option that's good, but it's not good because we have an insane amount of migration attraction. I keep choosing keep choosing the bad options. Oh, but we were thinking of doing the Russia wine company. That's probably no good. I don't know if it's enough to make it worth it to like buy and export wine. It might be. 53 infamy, bro. Get out of here with that. How many pops do you have? Get out of here with that. Could you make your enemies, destroy your enemies by flooding them with opium and wine and making them drug addicts? You can do that with opium. I assume you can do it with wine. I don't know if the events for wine are as negative. Also observed in, as Russia 15 to 20 years after the start date, the landowners get the market liberal. You can roll protectionist and go with the abdication. From the get-go with abdication. Wait, what? Yeah, I mean, we rolled a general and exiled for a market liberal pretty early on. Landowners get a market liberal. Are you talking about their starting heir will eventually replace the guy? But the problem is you need him to lead the IG, and now you can't do that anymore. Going back to cohesion, mine is gone up from 0 to 100 inexplicably. Welcome to the cohesion game, man. Enjoy your stay. Mine's going to 0 from 100. Konstantin Romanov, not the heir. Oh, just a scripted guy? Okay. Yeah, we recruited a general, and then we exiled. I think we want the... Well, we're not going to put in the Bolivian company because we didn't want to annex them because we took one look at the price and we were like, nah, that ain't me. So... What are we supposed to do? What are we supposed to do? I mean, we don't hate furniture. And we have a lot of wood. Like, a lot of wood. Like, for whatever reason, they give Russia more wood. I mean, to be fair, we could go wood again, but we've, like, built it all out. So we won't benefit from the construction very much. Bro, were we supposed to just go the construction company? Not like this. Let's take a look at some of the companies we could unlock. I'm leaning towards generic, glass furniture. There's the construction company. Constantine Romanov is the reason why Constantinople renamed to Istanbul, not because Greeks. Interesting. You know what? I think we're gonna go generic steel. I know it's our third steel company though. That's awkward. No, it's our third steel company. Bro, that's kind of cringe. Are we just supposed to go wood? God, that seems wild. I don't know what company to slot in, guys. This is kind of an interesting situation. We certainly don't need the migration attraction, though. From Soviet oil. Is it really the vodka company? Maybe the vodka company is actually just okay here. Radicals from standard living minus radicals from standard living decrease isn't too bad right now, actually. And we think that wine will just get overconsumed. This will lower equilibrium price of wine. You know what? Just because it's the vodka monopoly, we're gonna do it. And so now, this is gonna change up our approach a little. In that, get rid of the routes that aren't doing anything. And we're currently we're on the lookout for wine import routes. I don't know if we have any. Doesn't look like it. And then we can export wine. Not yet, though. Alright, that'll come later. Oh my god, I forgot we got automatic irrigation. We need a lot more machines then, almost certainly. Throughput maxing on steel? I mean, oil throughput is always good, because of how bad oil bottlenecks. Yeah, we could slot in that in later, though. Alright, so let's do that. Thought we were on pause. And then... we need to go through... Oh no, not electricity. We didn't mean it. Game, why are you doing this to us? We didn't want a micro like this. Did we get that this episode, or I'm just asleep at the wheel? I was really tired of the last time we were finishing up playing. Yeah, you built 20 vineyards and it hasn't changed the price. Yeah, or has it dropped the price of the other things? See, we have it set to domestic. I think this is just because the save game is not, like, cross-compatible. In a full sense. I have to imagine that's what's going on here. Game's just, like, starting to really struggle now. An electric company would also make sense to do too. You like during the upfront investment on electricity, it would probably be theoretically worth it for us to have gotten an electric company just for like the initial salvo of investment. Something like that. Now we have a nice filled queue. So is building wine good now? I think it might be. I'm not really sure. It might be just that. So the thing is you might not. It might be really good and it might be really bad. It might be the case that you actually want to keep the wine sellers down in your market because they're disrupting your ability to build. So here's if we build a ton of wine, right? We're going to collapse the price of the other goods. And I think that collapsing the price of liquor is bad because you would rather the food industries be more profitable. Oh, why did I pick that? I picked the wrong option. We're just always supposed to maximize how much the Ottoman society is happy. Disrespecting our maps. You play as Sokoto for the first time already, seeing all those pop-ups showing the problems makes your OCD scream? Alright. Just for you. We'll get rid of some of them. Almost time to go command economy. I think maybe this will. I'm not sure if we'll continue this run, given how opening the construction queue does seem to like super lag. And I'm thinking that it is because we're playing across the early access version into the live version here. And maybe a source of other problems. Bro, multilateral alliance is so caked up now. 25% infamy reduction, so good. No, or not my gumdrop buttons. I guess I should be cohesioning people. While we can. Agrarianism. Can we go cooperative ownership on you guys? No, you can't. Religious folk in there and you can't go schools? What gives? Alright, whatever. I think we regime changed them earlier. They can't go Council Republic. They can. So we'll hit them with it. The force regime. Or we will not. Oh, we don't have enough. Just kidding. We're done. We're done, though. It's so over. We don't have 50. Cannot disrespect another man's map. I'm sorry. I think we didn't. I think we backed down from that. You need a night mode for the map layers. Accidental flashbangs are common. Modded out electricity prices after 2 runs with local prices. It was torture. Yeah. Alright, we'll save and do our thing now. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'm of the opinion that it's certainly better for realism. I'm not even gonna begin to argue that it doesn't make sense from a realism perspective, but from a gameplay perspective, I think it's a bad choice. So now we can reform the government, put him in, because he's not insurrectionary yet. And we could go command economy. We could go command economy. What is this? Oh my god, we need to go autocracy first, I didn't realize. Single party state. Oh, I don't know how we're gonna pass this through this. Nope, 100% of agitators are like Council Republic, basically. Aww. We have to have a little bit of a think how we're supposed to try and pass that. It's a shame that that guy is not a vanguardist agitator who would agitate for Council Republic, because that's kind of what we would, or agitate for something more authoritarian, because that's exactly what we would need. We don't have anyone we can exile. This is how democracy dies, basically. I've been telling you you need single party state first. Sorry, Katie. I've been trying to read and wine max. Very not used to going command economy because it's like a meme law. It's just really, really terrible. So, or it has been on previous patches. We need this guy different, I think. We don't have a lot of generals, though, that are, Do you still swing for diplomatic demands? Yes. Authoritarians? Yeah, but we need to, we can only change one guy. There are no authoritarian agitators. So we can use our exile cooldown to get one guy in, and we can invite an agitator to get another guy around, but none of these guys are authoritarian. Agitating for single party state. This guy's an authoritarian, but he's not agitating for single party state. So how do we fix all this? Yeah, I guess we're okay with authoritarians now. Jesus. Thank you for the follow, Bill Cup. Big nice. Ethno-nationalist. We're going to recruit this guy and promote him. We want to roll more trade unionists, guys. It's the most powerful thing we have, and if we get a vanguardist. Trade unionists, that would help out considerably. It's been really agitator-light, generally speaking. Alright. So we could use our exile now to get the authoritarian. Who gets really pissed here? The armed forces guy we have. The trade unions are fine enough. The gentry assembly revs. Oh, this isn't too bad. Does Vanguard support single-party state? We could probably pass it through this. We just have to slot the Intelligentsia and Gov, otherwise they're gonna really freak out. Vanguard supports the single-party state, right? So let's go save and take a little bit of a look. You think we could juice up the cloud? I think you're right. The thing is, long term, we want the trade unions to be over 20%, so it's not the most ideal. But the rev doesn't look too catastrophic. That would be kind of coming from it. So. Oh, we can't put the Intelligentsia in with them now. Or we can. We could reduce taxes. Just so they don't rev. It'll just be the armed forces and the gentry assembly. And then... yeah, we have a ton of generals. So we can promote them. I think we'll specifically go with unpopular generals to promote. You know you're playing a game with things when you're promoting unpopular generals. Well, I guess we're fine with the Vanguardist guy. He's super unpopular, so even though he's trad, he's never gonna be a guy. And we are, of course, doing this so that this is going to increase the clout of the rural folk. I don't think we're going to recruit a bunch of new rural folk officers, though. A lot of unpopular guys. I'm not sure we'll need to manipulate this again either, though. The next kind of wave of what we're going to be doing is just going to be getting people who are cautious. That's kind of the next manipulation that we're going to take, and that's kind of going to be it. So you'll be able to see just how much their clout's going to jump up here, and we'll also give them a cheeky bolster. So, they're currently at 13%. Let's take it on pause. Woo, 17%. And then to keep everyone happy, is our cooldown with these guys up. Our cooldown is our truce, it is. So we're not going to take that because we actually think that border gore is kind of funny. He can't keep getting away with it. Serbia is kind of nice. I think we'll take Albania then. We're just gonna increase everyone's approval. Everyone liked that, except for the Ottomans. Is this the subject of your PhD thesis? If only you hadn't had so many loyalists during Spectre Haunting the World event, because if you fail that GE, you get way higher odds for communist vanguardists and anarchists. Yeah. Promotion maxing time. Can't have a purge without generals. Steal Constantinople for the funny. We're getting there. We're getting there. Although, to be fair, the run... Yeah, maybe we have stability problems. Then we could do this. Unfortunately, we don't have... We fucked up. If this is a problem, we can reload, but we messed up here. I kind of don't want to waste the cooldown. So the thing to have done would have been to grant leadership to this guy first. And then replace him with the next guy to right over him, basically. Grant leadership and then exile general. Exile dissident. You can see of all the people who approve of us. Fantastic. Whoa, Warsaw has gotten way more people. We might need to suppress some people too. I'm not super comfortable. How much is this giving us? More than half of services? It is. Hell yeah, brother. We're gonna float this so we pass the law faster. Or we'll get ticks faster. It's unfortunate we can't be over 50%, but it is what it is. Hey, Mafia X James. Why are the ideological blocks bugged right now? In every Austria game I get 0 cohesion glitch. Apparently everyone has the cohesion glitch right now. Or multiple people do. It's because of like a misplaced bracket in the code. But the Ideological Union really suffers for it because they care about cohesion a lot for their mandate progression, whereas other ones don't. But that is my understanding of why it's a misplaced bracket. There's if you go onto the official Discord, apparently there's a fix that you can do where you put something into the defines or you edit the defines file and it solves it for you. I hope that helps. Go. Is it only possible to create a power block if you're a great power? No, you can do it as a major. If you have the DLC, you can only make the trade one, though. Can we not humiliate them? Are they not our rival anymore? Damn. We fell off, bros. The rank's a little too low for that. We could be more legitimate if we slotted out the Intelligentsia, but the Intelligentsia can't join this while they're in government. To be fair, neither can the PB. PB's not even mad at us. I mean, we could do this and have the PB in instead, which would be much more legitimate. The Intelligentsia joins, but it's... I mean, they have similar clout. PB actually has more clout. PB leaves the movement because now they're in government. My understanding? Yep. This guy's so happy for whatever reason. I don't know. But the anti-Ottoman society, big happy. How does one get people to favor joining your bloc? You have to increase leverage on them. So building inside their country and having a bunch of agreements is kind of the best way of doing that. Trade agreements and otherwise. Have you done that fix? No, we have not. We're playing on vanilla. We're here for the ride. I get it's around more leverage, but it's not that clear. So you will generate a lot more. Also, having high cohesion helps. But you will generate a lot more from a variety of things. But if you can get a trade agreement and then like get an investment agreement and then dump a ton of money into their economy, that's generally the best way to do it. What are the most OP power block combinations you presume? So right now, freedom of movement's not working how it should be. We're not doing that. Right now, freedom of movement's not working how it's supposed to, and you get like thousands of percent of 1000% bonus to migration attraction with it. And even if it were working the way it's supposed to, it's probably the best one. Vassalization is also pretty good, I think. A little bit less so for us because we haven't made that many subjects, but 25 authority per subject can end up giving you a lot of authority. Colonial offices is interesting because you can get minus 50% infamy generation against unrecognized powers, and this can stack. It stacks multiplicatively with the two of having a careful ruler, which is really, really useful now, which gives minus 20% infamy generation and also minus 25% from the new multilateral alliances, so you can get like minus 75% infamy attraction or infamy generation, and so you could take Qing provinces for like 5 infamy, and that's pretty strong. I think we take the minus 5% that doesn't give us a setback with minus 10% time, because we can, that'll help us for outracing this rev, which the rev's not huge. Just, I guess, quickly go over it, because people, I think, care about the power blocks a lot, even though we've talked about it a lot. I think the first level of construction's ridiculously good, and then the rest of it's not so good, although this construction conglomerate is going to be really good for any one of the 3 countries that aren't Greece, Russia, or Belgium. I think advanced research isn't very good. We kind of tested it out. Market unification's okay. I think defensive cooperation is not very good. External trade seems pretty good. I think influential trade center, giving you extra influence and migration attraction, is pretty strong overall. A little overshadowed by the fact that so if freedom of movement wasn't bugged, then I think that would make external trade a little bit better, but freedom of movement is probably the best, and it's also probably the best even if it wasn't bugged, I would think. Military industry is a little bit interesting. I feel like military goods cost more overall, so that's maybe kind of interesting, but I think that you use this with China, like every time, and then I think they're the only ones you like use it with. Most of the unique groups don't seem that great overall. I think internal trade's probably pretty good, but overall, that's kind of where I'm thinking with the power level of some of these. Gerald, you have 11 subjects? What do you mean we don't have that many subjects? Yeah, we have like 11 instead of like 20 or 30. Transfer states is intriguing. It's probably just going to be... Aceh is not that great. But this is a vibe. Alright. Oh, these are all just like the little dinky colonies out in the middle of nowhere. Give us North Sumatra, man. We threaten you for it. I said we threaten you for it. They really not accept that threat? Yeah, okay. I was about to say. That threat seems legitimate. Qing changes flags. Oh, did we get a raid? Big nice. Hey Tarkus, how's it going? How was the stream? We can get some loud cars in chat. You had some test runs with Prussia. It's super easy to form Germany with them now. Oh, with some of the new subject interactions, I bet it's like a lot more smooth. We love getting people from Bengal. It's our favorite. Let's see if we can... we're gonna import some of this. But I want to see if we can export the wine now. Alright, a little bit. A little bit. What do you think your next run will be as? I've already done a Krakow run, so that's going to be the next one I publish on YouTube. OPB became a major and later great power as Papal States by forming a bunch of multilateral investment pacts with other countries and letting them build his GDP for him. Yeah, it's difficult to evaluate. I think it's probably good to just kind of get free money from people, but it's less good when you have fewer pops, but... yeah. My very first run I tried, we actually got wrecked by foreign investments and being inside someone's block combined, where we were getting invested in. We were in the UK's block, we couldn't leave. I couldn't conquer anyone as part of the stipulations. I just wanted to stay on one state, stipulations of the run. And our population was like stagnant. We couldn't join a market to get migration, and then there was zero chance of us getting a mass migration because the UK was effectively reducing, they were investing in our country, buying our stuff, and that was effectively reducing the amount of migration attraction we had because we didn't have an ownership class. And then it was also increasing our infrastructure demands. And so we had like a third of our pops working in railroads. And we just got absolutely annihilated. Or maybe like a sixth. How many hours do I have in Victoria 3? Over 36. Well over 36. It's somewhere around like 2.5k. You're playing Persia through spending 16k in budget and colonizing Turkestan. Nice. Never paid off that debt. Even nicer. That sounds very modern of you. Alright, we're gonna do that one. Other countries building yours is actually big nice because it means they're stimulating your economy without you having to spend your own construction. Yeah, I think it's nice. I just think there's some circumstances where it's not so nice, but I think that those circumstances aren't going to come up too much. If you can't get more pops, it's actually catastrophic. Minus 5,000 convoys speedrun. Nice, nice. I did that as Krakow. It was really rough. That was really painful. We'll just do this for now. I guess we'll help them along. Oh, Qing's capital's not even Beijing anymore, I forgot. RIP. More than 36, you ask? Well, 2,500 is more than 36. Yep. See, OPB had his own block, and you pull everyone in the block with the mutual investment relation. Trade, but it also doesn't matter because the goals aren't that big. No guy with 5k of hours, that's like a lot of hours. But I don't like leave the game on. I'm not like trying to push my hours number up as well. Like, the comparing hours thing would be like, if you had a way of, like, comparing at keyboard hours versus not at keyboard hours, I think it would be, like, the people who average, yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. Thrace should connect Izmir without need convoys, Madge. Tarkus, you like my border gore? This is my favorite border gore now. Straight to Istanbul doesn't count as a land border? What the hell? That's stupid. I thought it did. I guess you gotta conquer Ukraine. The Uyghur secession? Oh no, not like this. We see a third Heavenly Kingdom, everyone. We finally done it. We're just at Heavenly Kingdom maxing here. We see yet another. A revolution. The proletarian revolt. We would assist, but we don't have a way of getting there. I mean, we could violate sovereignty of the Heavenly Kingdom, but that's like... that's a meme. How much enactment time? We have a lot of enactment time here. I forget the way we check. We have, like, enactment speed from this, enactment speed from our block. It's beautiful. The thing is we actually have to spend extra convoys because we've done this as well. These we could have not. We could be spending less convoys, but we didn't want to ruin our border art, as it were. Oh, I don't know if I want the... When I pass this law, I think I would rather not have the fascist, all Russian fascist party in government. So we gotta make sure we slot out as soon as we get to approval. We'll slot out the PB, we'll swap them for the Intelligentsia. Alright. We're making sure that that's not our general who we need to pass this law. Because if he died, that would be a problem. Yeah, Heavenly Kingdom 3, Pug. Yeah, it's Romance of the Three Heavenly Kingdoms. Great Qing is definitely having a time this round. It's truly one of the times of all time. Did they change the abdication thing to get the market liberal Tsar in Russia earlier on? Yes. You cannot force him to be a general now, I think, is why it doesn't work. We'll actually leave slavery in the Ottoman Empire and we'll just take Albania. Big nice. Yo, Tarkus, check this out. Look at our society. It's so good. Plus 10 approval on everyone. You get approval, you get approval, you get approval. Everyone gets an approval. Crazy how you're getting in a secession under multiculturalism. That's never happened to you. I feel like you generally have like way more radicalism. But this patch has just been rough. There's like tons of secessions, it feels like. Where the hell is there... I've made like a horrible mistake, like not actually just proactively landing wherever their capital is, which I'm not sure where it is. It's Hainan, yeah. Okay. They could be generals still, they just can't become IG leaders? Okay. Rationalist says high generalist, it's Tarkus. Or, sorry, high generalist, high Tarkus. I thought you said a high generalist, it's Tarkus. I was like, that's not Tarkus. That's someone else. How's life in the USSR? Great, baby. 16.9. It's very nice. The weather's nice. I still am not sure about not being on laissez-faire. Oh, I don't know what my brain did there. I just didn't read it. I looked back and forth, but I was just thinking about something else. I think we'll move this, or actually, probably not going to encounter resistance. We'll move the 9 stack down there. Definitely not microing as hard as we could. Maybe, are we more legitimate? Bro, we could just fast pass? Yeah, let's fast pass this a little bit. We know we want to take the PB out. This doesn't seem to be causing super significant problems. Also, Katie, we have the agitators are a big driver. We would not have a movement without the agitators. What's this 100 stack doing over here? Dealer. We'll just conquer every province but the capital. Serves me right. What the hell happened here? This is visual? Yeah, it's visual. Alright, alright, alright. I see you got awful Bengal too. Yep. Wait, what's awful about it? It's just chilling. Is there a new trick to get off serfdom and traditionalism early? Well, I have a video on how to manipulate IG leadership. I think it's for the name of the video is something about passing multiculturalism. But you can use the same strategies to get a market liberal landowner, and then keeping in mind that a market liberal landowner, you need to have the stock exchange tech, and it helps a lot to have one urban center at level 10. So you need to have stock exchange in order to roll them, but just rolling one, you can eventually get it, as well as corn laws, of course. Cool Squirrel 69, big nice. Thank you for the follow. We maybe should have liberated Shaanxi instead, because it's on the coast, but I think we'll just go for Jiangsu next and be able to take Ganhui. Coming up on kind of the condition where we'll be able to take stuff really quick. We see single party state is starting to get close. I think that we want a single party, ideally, with the Intelligentsia. No! Cowards. Not like this. If we did that before the election started, we'd be able to put the Intelligentsia in. Actually, the Intelligentsia ain't shit. We don't need their 50% migration bonus. We have infinite migration attraction. Who are we kidding? It's probably actually better just to not give them a ton of clout, so. Enact poor laws movement. Can you do it as an isolationist? I'm not sure if you can roll a market liberal as an isolationist. I think you can. Oh, considering we're not going to do a very long stream, we're going to call one time here. We're going to call one time, so on the next pass, we will get single party state, because that's how the game mechanics work. Do you have a video letting people building a country and taking it all? No, I do not. I have 2 videos out. One for the Turtle Island exploit, which is the strongest exploit in Victoria 3. I did that on the latest patch, but there's I don't know, it's like, it's an exploit. Like, it's not like, it doesn't take skill to, like, run the exploit. And then I have one on starting as Ching, which is really just kind of Opium Wars plus managing the infrastructure nightmare that is the new Ching start, which I actually kind of like. But I think for a new player, this is just, like, apocalyptically impossible. So, damn. Here we were thinking of doing a charity stream about Uyghurstein. Feels bad. We're just crushing the uprising. Not like this. Not like this. Yeah, Bengal also, this is a really good situation for pop maxing because they have migration controls, so you can get a whole bunch of pops migrating. We get single party state, yay! Yay! Welcome to the party. So do we care about this? Yeah. I think this is the party. This is the party we want and deserve. And then from here, now we can go command economy. Perfect. Now that we are the state, taxes are so back, baby. Let's actually just do up one. And then I think we'll crank it services. I guess we're kind of coming up here, huh? Cool Squirrel 69, thank you for the Prime sub. Big nice. Atsui 123. Thank you for the sub. My interface isn't showing me what type of sub you did. Ah. Prime, thank you so very much. Optimus Prime. What should we even use this authority on? We don't... Well, actually, we're going to float it now so we can just pass command economy faster, but... Then I don't even know what we want to spend it on. We went vassal... We asked if we could get 700 authority. We never asked if we should. Who needs migration attraction? Oh, we didn't even notice this. God, we're not paying attention. Sag. We could have thumbed someone's pie there. It doesn't matter. The important thing is we're going to test command economy. The important means is the government now is going to seize the means of production. The USSR ruled by the Mensheviks is so cursed. Is it really? Is it? Is it? I don't know the... I can't... I do not know the Russian brands of communism that well. Let's take a look at our subjects. Argentina. Punjab. Oh, let's open up Punjab's borders, baby. Oh, we can't yet. They're in the middle of something. Is this revolt just a forever revolt, man? Don't like that. Do you want to go after them? Can we take the bag? No, not quite. Alright. What the fuck? Alright. We won the great game, I guess. Just off of that? Or no, okay, never mind. That's not... That's an old achievement. We got all the Central Asia thing. I don't even think I had that achievement. We probably should have tried to peel more off of them. That's fine enough. Oh, dog. Defense pact? What's that? You gotta get out of debt ASAP. Yeah, yeah. You cannot be in debt when you pass the law. I know, I know. How's the game that slow for you? Migration? I don't know what's doing it. So there's a very significant confounding variable is I started this run on early access version of the game, and now it's on the live version of the game, and I think that's probably a cause of some of my problems. France wants an alliance? Did you pass the law in the end? We did. We're gonna get there. I think that's just the old thing though. Do they have a... They must have a... Yeah, they have the French-Soviet Friendship Committee. Everyone remembers the Friendship Committee. Are they also socialist? No, they're not. They just somehow managed to get just the rural folk in government. Seek run though. Well, we're not done yet. We wanted to test command economy. That's what we're here to do. And with this run being so close to command economy, I just wanted to see what happens. He's right though, we have to get out of debt. That's a no-no. You're not allowed to have it in command economy. I guess we could maybe crank up the taxes a little bit more too. Yeah, we can't be in... I think there's ways we could also stall it out. United Belgian States. What? Are they still revving? I think we can stand some of these guys down. One thing I don't like is the, like, perma war situation makes standing guys down, like, a little bit awkward. I don't know if I like the 90-day cooldown on it. Overall, it's not that big a deal, though. Growth exceeds projections. Central Economic Office has declared our growth. I think we'll take this, because it's going to help the next phase a lot. Well, we don't need the bureaucracy right now. Yeah, let's just progress it. Okay. The fastest command economy pass ever. I've also had pretty heavy lag, but I always just blame the CPU. Yeah, this is not the early access version had like less lag. Or like not the early access. The late version of early access that we got had more lag than like the early access one, which like but the AI in that was like really bad. Now the AI is super aggro, but the thing that gets me is I don't understand when we do this. So we have to like have a ton of auto expands to like make all this work too. Command economy is also just incredibly tedious, like beyond what's theoretically correct. Legislative failure is not like this. Workers of the world, untie. I do not have telephonos. It's harder to play as small nations without being able to join the market early. Yeah, I think the play is actually to re-roll what France decides to do, pretty aggressively, which some people might not like having to do. But I think you want France to form a market thing, and then you want to try and get inside their market thing. And I think that's how you're supposed to play the small guys. But that's like basically what happened super catastrophically with the Panama game. Opening the macro builder kills your game. Yeah. Even you started a brand new run on the live patch, right? Or were you continuing one from before? You just gave SOI a try. I have no idea how to play the game, and I hate it. Oof. Just completely new to the game. Wait, did the law just get dropped? Wait, did it? Then our guy died. We're gonna load. He was so young. You're right, it did just drop. I thought that was just a setback. That was just a complete drop. Bro. We were just trying to micro the PMs in the queue. Yeah, we should have had a backup vanguardist ready in case the first one died. I mean, in theory, we could have recruited rural guys until we got that, but... US should form power blocks more. Yeah, I think I've only seen it once, or if not at all. Yeah, I mean, we're obviously gonna save Scum for this. Because it is an event. He's not hard locked on death, but... Feels bad because we just fixed a whole bunch of PMs. Who needs labor saving PMs? We do like the ones that just only create demand for iron. That's pretty... if you could create demand for anything, that's kind of like a pretty solid one to create demand for. Like, stuff needing machines or engines is not as, like, good for you. Minus decree cost, I don't think so. Trade route bureaucracy. Construction sector building throughput, yeah. Let's crank, baby. Let's crank temporarily. A land reformer, no thanks. Ain't need that. No one's leaving the anti-Ottoman society. No one. That is how we are holding this government together. Nobody leaves. Nobody leaves. We are fueled by hatred and hatred alone. It's not allowed. Yeah, the US, like, definitely should power block up more and try and do something in, like, in terms of the AI. I don't know if it's, like, just trying to do, like, Mexico things or whatever, though. Or if that's, like, I don't know. queue is not full. Not like this. Not sure how I feel about these vineyards. But we slot in the stock, so. God, that feels so bad building there where we could build opium, but there was already 10, so. Yeah. I mean, he got the end of the year retirement event, not like this. That would make sense. Apparently that's why one of the reasons the market liberal dies so much from corn laws is if you have a bunch of unique people, like those guys get skipped over for some of those events. That just randomly kill off characters. We just always have it on domestic. I wish domestic was the default. Would you rather have $10 trillion or the powers of Viltrumite? Would I rather have $10 million or just be able to take $10 million, like, with no effort? I don't know about... Also, if you had $10 million, like, the way inflation would work is, at a certain point, no one would, like, want your money anymore. Definitely superpowers. Not close. Yeah. Or LARP. Alright, so now it won't auto-fail because we have 5% over. So we should be in good shape. I wonder if that'll help us get cohesion again. We're so sorry. We didn't mean it. We want our cohesion back. It seems it's much harder to get people in your market now with the power block. Yeah, I do think it's generally harder, but the power block also gives you a lot of tools you can use. Like, if you have external trade as, like, your block thing, as one of your block things, you're gonna have, like, a bunch of extra Diplo. So I think, like, you also have to keep in mind you're getting, like, more tools. So used to playing with directly controlled investment funds, feels harder to have to control your pops and, or have your pops in control as well. I think the game's a lot cooler like this. We have better infamy cost. Now all we need is cautious guy. Considering how much oil we have, let's maybe go plastics. Trillion as in you owned 1/3 of NVIDIA, Microsoft, Apple, JP Morgan Chase, and each other. Yeah, but at a certain point, so if one person owned every ounce of wealth on Earth, all of humanity would just kill that guy. Like, you know, there's only so much wealth inequality people will tolerate before. We could get exile him, or I think let him settle. It's fine. This is the party. The Menshevik party. How do you play Indian Territory Achievement and Sphere of Influence? Well, I'm gonna release a video of Krakow Achievement, which I think will be a little bit similar, but I think you need to find people to support your independence, and then eventually find a way to... Well, that's actually kind of tough because you don't have coast access. The coast access is kind of the most important thing, but if you could get the USA to reduce your autonomy just once, and Texas wins, then you can grab Texas, and then you can kind of fight and play normal. Hey, we get a communist agitator. How is he even staying? He has everything he wants. My kingdom for someone who is cautious and is trade unions. I forget what happens if I annex Mongolia here. I can't deck on the peasant revolt, unfortunately. Look at this, it's costing 5 infamy. We're getting minus 25% from tech, and then minus 50% from the common turn. And so, like, normally this would be a very expensive spot, but it's, like, getting reduced by so much. Let's see how many pops are here. It's only 1 million. Is that even calculating correctly then? Is there like a reduction floor? Alright, Kashmir has more pops. It should... They're not unrecognized. UA is unrecognized. Perfect. Why can't we make a play targeting their state because they're cordial with us? Yeah. It's only about 50% more than Bezos currently has. 50x Bezos. Only 50x Bezos is kind of a wild sentence. So it's in the realm of technically doable in the next 2 decades for the richest Bezos. No, but like proportionally. Proportionally. Well, if I had powers of some alien that could just take anything he wanted, like the money part would be trivial if I wanted it. Not saying that's what I would do, but also I could do any job that like would get me an amount of money that I would like need for something trivially easy. It's like the like money's like an isn't something that like exists out on its own. It's like an abstraction of like relationships between people, and if one of those relationships is you have superpowers and they don't, that's like a thing. Was that a car horn? Yeah, we have loud noises, car noises around here. It definitely gets a little bit loud. But since we now have positive balance, we're gonna switch back down a little bit on the taxes. I think we are going to put in a little bit of this, not because this is what's optimal to build, but just because we're trying to keep the queue going. We don't want any weird confounds. Oh, we already put some of this stuff in? Damn. We're starting to use some of our oil, so... That performance is pog. Definitely the game speed. I'm not liking the outliner performance hit, but alleged King Salman's net worth is currently 1.4 trillion right now. Putin was alleged around 1 trillion, and yeah, you could have the world's biggest celebrity endorsement. You think wait until the hotfix is worth playing this patch? I think it's worth playing now. I guess it depends on what you want to do. If you want to play China and you don't want to like tear your hair out, maybe wait until the hotfix. There's some things that are a little bit broken. If you wanted to play specifically with the ideological union, I would wait until the hotfix. In Vic 2, you could run 100% taxes the whole game, and peasants could just cry about it. Guys, we're switching to Vic 2. Is it oil maxing time? Hell yeah. That's why we're going plastics next. Because we do not have really good oil sink. They didn't buff cars PM or chainsaws. I was super sad. The first thing I checked when I got in the game for the first time was checking to see if they buffed chainsaws, because it's the most ridiculous PM. Do you think there'll still be a lot of adjusting of variables when it comes to leverage, power blocks, etc. in the next few weeks? Kinda, yeah. As they start to get a lot of feedback. You do play as Ching, and I thought it was a great addition. I'll probably just play Brazil or Rush in the meantime. For the infrastructure thing, well, I mean, the infrastructure thing's only gonna be around for like a week, and I'm guessing now is gonna like freeze up because we're gonna. Oh, it doesn't. We don't seize the means. We don't seize the stuff, do we? We have to manually nationalize everything? No. No, no, no. Is there a way for us to nationalize everything without actually clicking everything? You gotta seize it all manually, Jesus. Oh, God. Can I at least control click here? Okay, yeah, I can. That's gonna be so much clicking. Bro. Wait, what the fuck is this? Economies of scale bonus due to 52 after 52. Why is there... What? Wait, hold up. There's an economies of scale malice for nationally owned levels? I'm not supposed to give monetary compensation, but I want to. Minus 50% throughput. I'm writing this down. Nat owned. Is that temporary? What is this? Getting minus 50% economies of scale bonus for throughput is like insane, an insane negative. Nationalized buildings levels get malices. Yeah, it's kind of lame. Throughput, but that is so big. Alright, nationally owned stuff just sucks. Like, I didn't realize that that's... I wanted to make an argument that command economy is maybe, like, potentially viable, but, like, come on. So you're saying we should just seize it without... It looks like a Is this tooltip just wrong too, Katie, then? You're saying you could do it for free. It's temporary? It's not temporary. This seems like it creates more radicals, and here it's me paying money to not have radicals. Is that correct? Well, I mean, generating radicals isn't free. Bro, command economy hyper blows if you're getting... Oh, god damn it, dude. Yeah, this is like... I thought command economy was going to be semi-viable. This is like... I mean, losing the EOS bonuses is like making all your buildings like just average 20% value or 15% value overall, or having them. You're probably only angering the capitalists. Yeah, giving no comp increases the amount of radicals by 3x. Yeah, I think it's that you don't have to pay other countries, but that still makes them mad by 3x or whatever. Like if we nationalize this, right, and don't pay, now they get a lot more angry. I think it's that we can just not pay, and on other systems you have to pay. We're angering everyone. We're not angering capitalists. Capitalists weren't the owners before. This is who we're getting mad. No capitalists there. We're making engineers, laborers, and machinists mad. I would personally put getting rid of the throughput balance to the feedback to the devs. I mean, I might do that. I'm also like, I also don't have a problem with command economy sucking. I just like, I thought that maybe not this hard. I don't know. I thought command economy was going to be bad even without this malice, but this malice is just catastrophically bad. Like if, yeah. I mean, it doesn't represent a 20% loss on this building, but we have other buildings where we don't have company bonuses for it, and we don't have, like, other types of bonuses, and so it just, for those companies, like, okay, we don't have a company for this, right? We're just getting 20% from Kursk. What is this from? Trade unions. Okay. So if we nationalize this, it's going to represent, like, a 40% loss in, like, value, like... Or not 40%, but that's a huge loss. Yeah, it's like 20% less or something. Mouse is present through the whole game, not just command economy. No, but the command economy, you're doing command economy for having publicly. The idea is you have everything publicly owned on command economy, so that the malice is present. But this malice is just categorically present on all the on all national buildings. Yeah, then like laissez-faire is just like infinitely like better than everything else. And it's not close. It's already costing bureaucracy. Couldn't you just increase the cost to less the malice? Yeah, basically. Yeah, this malice makes the government ownership worse than it already was for no reason when it was already worse than private ownership because of the lack of dividend stuff. Well, yeah, I mean, you're not getting bonuses. Well, so there's a couple of things going on, like when you're talking about like the balance thing is like, are we trying to simulate reality or are we trying to, you know, make the game balanced in some way? So making them all viable or something. And so perhaps if you're trying to create the best simulation, there should only be one viable choice. But I actually think there should be like a post, like I view laissez-faire as just completely unregulated, and there should be like neoliberal like capitalism that follows laissez-faire that's a little bit different. But this is what happened in collectivization of agriculture in the USSR in 1920. Yeah. So, like, from the perspective of balance, like, this is, like, it's just crazy bad. Because I didn't even think, even without this, like, thing that is kicking your entire economy in the nuts by, like, I don't know, 15 to 20%, even without this, I still think command economy is worse than laissez-faire. I thought it was just going to be potentially okay because it gave you so much more control. And would give you an enormous amount of income, but like, okay, I mean, I guess we're getting a lot from government dividends. But like our explosives factory is absolutely insane. The one we like, so, like, you have a really big balance, but, like, I also don't want to spend 20 minutes clicking every single one of these things to nationalize all of it. I guess we could just do the high-tier buildings, too. And just nationalize them all, but just, like, seeing that penalty, I just, like, I have such a hard time imagining, like, how we would... Also, lack of a back button is, like, really rough. Oh, that's the wrong one. Yeah. Yeah, I also, from an entertainment perspective, don't think you guys just want to watch me nationalize buildings for like 20 minutes. Alright guys, we're fixing the USSR. It's time to fix the USSR. It's time to fix the USSR, everyone. Are co-ops less impactful on the SOL dispatch? No, co-ops are really good. One of the reasons the SOL is a little bit sticky relative to 1.6 is because grain's really expensive. Your Soviet Union but still have capitalists running around the country. These are the capitalists that have invested in foreign countries. That's kind of why they're there. China also has some super efficient state-owned sectors. Yeah, but China's not a command economy, right? They have like the state-owned enterprises that compete with private firms. So it's like in a command economy, like the market doesn't control the prices; the command controls the prices. This was an intentional starving of people, yeah. Building registry at all to get faster and nationalized. Oh, that's true. But, like, also... we could just go back. We could just go back, guys. It's Yeltsin time. It's Yeltsin time. Alright. We're going back, everyone. It is Yeltsin time. China's not a fully state-owned everywhere, but they have certain sectors that are fully state-owned. What sector is completely state? I mean, like, are you talking about like utilities? Like, what sectors are completely state-owned? I know that they really like heavily emphasize the construction sector, various technology sectors, and sectors they think are like strategically relevant for like stuff. Alright, our experiment has failed. We're going back to capitalism. Just kidding. This isn't gonna be a capitalism. This is gonna be a kleptocracy. I was so excited thinking that it was like potentially, but I didn't know about the throughput malice. Go back to landowners, just do the run in reverse, politically speaking. It's like, I don't know, I don't even know what to say about this. Although now we don't care about anything but someone being cautious, so... To be fair, we could stay Council Republic and go back to laissez-faire, but I think we need the extra clout from a bunch of the people. Oh, it's gonna be rough, actually. Our Vanguardist is gonna block some stuff. We're also stuck with the... well, not stuck. Stuck's not the right word, but we will have the trade unions for forever. God, this is actually just like kind of a nightmare of sorts. The Yeltsin. I think we just got a truce with them, so the fact that we're doing it's not too big a deal. We also kind of answered our question though that we were like set up to answer. Did the devs say anything about the throughput malice? I feel like maybe they've deciding to do away with that. I don't know. That seems super good, weird to me. Idol, hey, thank you for the follow. Big dice. You're gonna roll back because of the throughput malice? Oh, I mean, we should just roll back to Council Republic. That'd actually just be the smart thing to do instead of just like going... I was gonna go back to laissez-faire because the memes. Bankroll is broken. France revolted. I swayed. Bankroll, and your GDP is now tripled because of someone at 20 so quickly. Yeah. China's screwed up because of the update. Because manor houses cost infrastructure and go negative. Yeah, it does do that. I actually kind of enjoyed playing China with that. I thought it was really interesting to try and play around it. But they are going to make it so they use no infra. I think they're still gonna give her. Are they still gonna give urbanization though? Probably not. Yeah, I mean, I guess we could pull whether we should go back to capitalism or what do, or just load before we went command economy. Although we're probably gonna end the stream soon either way, just because I wanted to identify this for making a video, and then like ownership getting a half ownership getting a throughput malice is just like insane. It's so bad. Thatcher Reaganing time then. Call the police. Union busting time. Busting with our billy clubs. Does anyone know at what point now with reinvestment get a malice? Did in 1.6? No malice. Malice is gone, baby. It's full crank and stank time. You just get a bonus if you're under 10 million, is my understanding. The malice was supposed to... Their explanation for the malice was that it was supposed to represent foreign investment, how money would start... After your economy grew, it would start going out external to other nations. And now that doesn't make sense because you can actually foreign invest. Grow agrarianism? Yeah. Is that why Qing keeps exploding now? I think that's part of the reason. I think that, yeah, I mean, that's probably part of the reason. It's really... It wouldn't be so painful if it were not for the paper. The really annoying thing is that paper is now insanely expensive in some provinces. When you load up a new game, it's Qing. Let's maybe show this and talk about it, then we'll wrap up. But in terms of doing another episode, we will either stay or reload the timeline based on what you guys vote, I think. Or we'll probably have a vote on YouTube whether or not we want to start a new run or continue this run. Really disappointing that it was just like... There's just like no way. Because, I mean, we're getting a ton of money from government dividends, I guess. I mean, maybe there's a way. The problem is what happens to our GDP when we did this? Is this what happens to our GDP when we start nationalizing some buildings? Like, and I imagine explosives is expensive as hell right now. It's not too bad, but that increased price is because there's less of them, and that would just have a feedback loop for our entire economy. But you do get more control. I mean, maybe there's some world where like just having that extra money is like worth it enough, but like I don't know, man. I guess we could just nationalize everything and just like take a look. Qing explodes because they only build bureaucracy. That's another problem. The Qing AI is just absolutely horrendous. It's specifically like the AI on Qing is specifically designed to only build like 10% of the construction sectors it normally would, which just makes them do nothing all game and just like have a ton of problems. What's the issue for someone who came back? I didn't realize that there was a economies of scale throughput malice on government-owned buildings, which makes me really leery, because we're gonna lose 25% about whether or not, like, so this has a weekly balance of 31k. Let's see what it drops down to. It drops down to 23k. Now, the wages are the same, so the value the building was generated went from 42k, or sorry, it was 31k, the positive balance. Oh my god, let's find another building. We're gonna do the math. I want to find a level 51 building, because of course it's going to be a much worse effect with a level 51 building. Okay. So here we're making, on this building, we're making around 50k, because we're making 28k here and 22k in wages. This is the surplus, like, extra value that's being added to the economy as a result of this building, right? Let's do this. So we're going from 50k, 50-ish k. Now it's nationalized. Throughput's going to drop to 45%. So instead of adding 50k to the economy, what it's going to do is it's going to... The balance went up. That doesn't make sense. Oh, wait. Okay. It's adding more, but... It's because the price of this just went up. Because there's less of the good. And from the other building as well. Also, our SOL is about to collapse and the basket of goods is going to change. Let's find an industrial building. This is probably going to be not weird like that. The market is a mystery. No, it's we got confounded. We got confuddled here. Alright, so this is roughly 55k. Money. Dev Diary 110. What about Dev Diary 110? Country-owned buildings come with reduced economy scale bonuses and bureaucracy costs for each level you own, but in return they can provide additional income based on the government's dividends which gets transferred. Yeah. Any Rex on a good country to learn new mechanics? I like Spain. But, like, that shouldn't have... Invisible Hand does strike again. Yeah, that shouldn't have made more money. That's like, there's no way that that makes sense, but... Belgium is, I would not want to play Belgium on this patch, probably, because France is... With the AI being more aggressive and France getting a journal entry to want your stuff, like, it seems like super sketch. The tech that gives command economy gives plus 5% government dividend efficiency. It's the only tech that can do it in the game. No, there's two techs. There's two techs, Targus. But let's take a look at this first. So, 55k. We're going to nationalize it. We're going to nationalize all of it. And then this effect will be less pronounced on something we have a bunch of companies for, or it will be much bigger on something we have a bunch of companies for, because we're reducing throughput as a percentage a lot less. And so now this goes to 51k. Oh, but it fired a bunch of people as well. Who got fired because we... Oh, now it needs to hire up a bunch of bureaucrats too? I mean, that's going to shift everything more in the direction of wages, but it won't affect the overall, like... Well, actually, it's going to make the building less efficient per worker by a considerable margin. As well. I didn't even realize it was going to hire a bunch more bureaucrats, too. Less efficient per worker than, like, the Council Republic. And now we're seeing it's applying 60k of value, though. Is that why it's doing that? Or now it's 50k? A balance. Oh, it decreased the cash reserves to pay more on wages to get people hired. Okay. So we see just like the economy is just decreasing in size, and the positive balance that's being injected into the economy is less. But this weekly balance, some of this is now going to government dividends. Or it eventually all will, but like, I don't know, we've nationalized a lot of stuff, right? And our balance seems roughly still the same. Our national revenue has gone down as we've been nationalizing buildings here. Our national revenue has gone down. As we have nationalized some buildings. Yeah, dog. That's gonna be a no for me, dog. AI is very spicy in this patch. I do love it. 2 text, Tarkus. Yeah, I'll show you. I'll show you. I'll learn you something. Or there's at least 2 texts, I guess. Don't quote me on it. We also have modern financial instruments. Ways to command economy being useful is to nationalize foreign investments without compensation, but other than that, I think collectivized or privatized is better. Yeah. I think cooperative ownership is not that far off from laissez-faire, but I think the existence of this aberration, as it is right now, makes Council Republic so much worse, because the big part about Council Republics is good is the increased SOL for migration, but that's been heavily diluted in value. But like the fact that this gives like unlimited migration makes, I think, SOL not as important. Yeah. Is there some weird min-max where you lower your government wages to get a boost? Well, I mean, then we'd have to deal with the consequences of having low government wages, but, I imagine this affects, yeah, I imagine this has to affect the workers in the buildings. So maybe something. You think protecting every small nation that has access to gold and foreign investing in gold mines early game is a strat? No, it's better to own it, because they get the minting, not you. Is zero cohesion not a problem? It's definitely a problem for ideological union when you're trying to acquire enough mandate for principles, but at this point we're big enough and we have enough stuff that we can not deal with it too bad. But cohesion also is having low cohesion is also a reason why we can't pull people into our block, but this is bugged, so there's not too much we can do about it. So, because he just said it with the minting, yeah, I'm on a slight delay, but like, yeah, our this has just gone down, like, as we've nationalized a few buildings here, right? And it's gone down by a pretty big chunk. And so, I guess we can just demonstrate how bad it is, huh? Alright, let's see about the building registry. And then we'll see, can we sort by ownership? Alright, so what's the fastest way to do this in terms of the interface? The interface for this is also really trash, but... or to nationalize everything specifically. Okay, never mind. We can do it. Okay, I take it all back. This is maybe not so bad. I mean, it's bad, but it's maybe not so bad. Maybe just sort by stuff that's big and just do the really big ones. I think I like that. Okay. To be fair, the little ones are going to be less negatively affected, but... like, the government, it's going to be better to have the big stuff be not government-owned and the small stuff be government-owned, because the throughput bonus gets bigger and bigger, but I guess we're trying to, like, kind of just take a look at that, so... also, price of all this stuff should spike wildly, but... which will make all the other buildings more profitable, but... alright, let's do some iron mines, too. Whoa, this UI is freaking out, because I think it's because I'm holding down the control button too much. Let's do some steel. Steel's actually probably going to wreck us in particular because the minus throughput's going to be really rough considering this is our primary expense when it comes to stuff. So I'm expecting to get kind of wrecked here. And then we did hear a boop boop, but we're dialed in here. Okay, let's see what happens there. Oh, you know what? The negative balance is probably us paying out people, huh? Yeah, maybe we gotta wait for a little while. Does anyone know in existence now how pops generate obsessions taboos? Really slowly. There's basically nothing you can do to actively control it. $12-hour stream of nationalizing? No, we're not. We're just gonna look at the thing afterwards. Bro, you're running into credit? Oh, that's a super big confound. There's a super big confounding variable. But also, that means, like, yeah, we have to pay for the buildings twice in some sense. The first time when we constructed them and the second time when we do that. Or just get an enormous amount of radicalism. So there is an additional malice, but... Would it nationalize help with stuff like 1 to 5 electric plants per province instead of massive centralization? Well, you have to spread out your electric plants anyways. But let's, like, watch where this goes. UI is really bad for nationalizing. This is super clunky. Yeah, it's pretty bad. It's almost like they don't want you to go command economy. Is there a lens for nationalizing on map? I don't think so. It's compensating the owners despite it being a command economy. He will destroy his budget. Yeah, no, we're not supposed to do that. I forget that running a balance, a negative balance, like gives you a malice as well. Which, like, I'm assuming should recover a little bit, but the initial, like, drop of national revenue, like the entire point of this is that we have more national revenue, right, and that you get to control more economy. Our government dividends are way up. Like, we could try and take a look at what's going on. Income taxes go down a little bit, okay. Consumption taxes go down a little bit. People's SOL is probably dropping. Dividend taxes all go down. Or dividend taxes are just dropping because, well, we actually have fewer ownership, so that's, like, okay. Tariffs are a vibe. They're going up because our trade routes increase in size based on this Diplopact. We also lost a Diplopact not too long ago, so that's also... The Diplopact was the dip. I mean, this doesn't look that catastrophically bad, but we also didn't do it to our entire economy. What happened to Finland? We don't talk about Finland. We went Republican before we annexed them because we couldn't reduce autonomy on them. So they go free. Command economy as a law reduces radicals from nationalization, so I think you can get away with not compensating. Yeah, I mean, we probably can. Alright, let's just do another wave and then see. But honestly, like, this UI for trying to... There should be a button for nationalize everything. I also think that we're still going to generate a ton of radicals. Because SOL is also going to drop here. But also, like, the entire point is that we dramatically increase how much money we have in terms of the stuff. Alright, we're done with the tooling workshops. Okay, so we're making 2.1. We go up to 2.3. We're also finishing construction, so we don't like that. I just like... What's our GDP done, actually? It's just going down. So our balance is staying roughly similar while our GDP is just going down. But also, our SOL hasn't dropped yet. When our SOL drops, there's less buy orders for stuff, there's less stimulation for prices, and this should make everything go down more. But also we're running a deficit, which you're not, that's a no-no on command economy. Sad because you love going command economy late game? Well, I think it's probably better than 1.6. Just feels really bad. Weekly balance went up. Part of it's also the fact that the construction went up. But weekly balance, okay, yeah, weekly balance is up slightly. But this is the promise. But the problem is that we were paying out all the people who owned the building are now their SOL is decreasing. So the price of everything in our market's going to go down. So this is going to lower GDP. And it's going to lower buy orders. And it's a little sticky. It takes a while. What's the point of a nationalize all button? Because you don't want to go click a million buttons to nationalize everything. But, like, let's take a look. I mean, we're still running in excess. These guys aren't running in excess, but we were just cranking up on SOL. Now that SOL is dropping. Like, obviously this effect would be way more robust if we did it to our entire economy, which we're not. But also, this is dropping because we stopped constructing, too. Frick, man. There's so many variables going on. We just add a whole bunch of these because they won't add really money to the economy. This is maybe not the best choice. So this should raise GDP and raise revenue, but it's also going to raise prices, or raise costs, obviously. Okay, so we were at well over 1 million before, right? And now when we have the queue filled, and now when we have the queue filled, we're at 700K. Yeah, I think this is just trash, like super trash. Because we didn't even do this with everything. Well, I mean, our revenue is going up, but you expect it to go up like a lot. Are subjects worth it now? I think subjects are less avoidable. Or what do you mean? You can build in your subjects. The colonial administrations, there may be a strategy that makes sense. I can't think of it though. Why is running a deficit not good for command economy? You get an extra malice to stuff. So we can show it. This should be higher. It's partially affected by our government debt and negative bureaucracy. So we're not getting quite the full percentage, but even if we had a couple more percents, it's not like, it's not overcoming the problems that we're seeing here. And then like our SOL is still coming down. Probably not way more, but we also haven't done this with every piece of... We haven't done this with, like, the entirety of our economy, right? But, like, it looks nice because you get these huge government dividend increases, but... I think this actually... Also, but the throughput malice is not present when you're really small, right? Don't colonial administrations still discriminate everyone? Yeah, but there might be still a reason for you to want to do it. I mean, in some sense, having subjects is free authority and slight amount of free construction. Yeah, I just rated your convoys trying to starve my war with them. Well played, AI. Yeah, ABI do be doing good or better. Just minus 2%. Yeah, but like we're looking at things at the marginal level, but... Well, like, we were 1.5k before, right? Maybe I'm misremembering things, but I think we were plus 1.5k, and now we're just significantly smaller, and GDP is, like, slowly dropping. So... I mean, we're not going deep with it, but, like, also, we kind of don't... The user interface is really not feel good for going command economy. What are the best principles? Wages should go down, right? Not, it's, dividends that were getting paid out to pops, go away. And that means that, they will be getting less money, yeah? But it's not in the form of wages. I feel like this needs a bigger experiment over time to compare, kind of, probably, but, like, also... Balance is getting wrecked a little bit here. Our balance is getting wrecked a little bit as we're also like finishing buildings and stuff. But yeah, like one of the problems with anytime SOL is going up or down is that you actually don't it takes time for the effects to be felt. But we nationalize a whole bunch of stuff, but we have to keep the construction queue going, otherwise the prices of all our construction goods finish, which is why we put in all those monuments. But then as you complete more buildings, that's going to increase the size of your economy. Like, it's a very serious confound. You have to, like, run multiple parallel things to, like, know for sure. What an ugly flag. I mean, it's not like it's rebounding here. It's equalizing, but I think it's equalizing because we didn't put more stuff into ownership. Like a version of the save where you nationalize everything and run it for a few years and one where you don't. Yeah. In order to, like, really, like, know quite hard, but the effect here seems really robust. Like, we went from 1.5 million to like 671K. And the entire like promise of the delivery, right? And our SOL is still dropping. So we have a worse budget and a lowering SOL, and lowering SOL will continue to decrease our GDP relatively speaking, but GDP tends to go up, so our GDP might stay a little bit flat. But like also, we were cranking up a GDP, right? Now that's not a crank up. Like, you're welcome, Churn. Can you raise government spending to better compensate with the lower wages? We could, but we're not taking in more money. So now we're just spending more money. But the idea is that you, the government, are extracting more money and then you re-inject it, you add construction, you add the other stuff. But our national revenue is not going up such that we can do that. If our national revenue was going up, right, and we were making more and more money, then the idea would be we would re-inject it, more money into the economy, and this would offset it. This is the parliamentary flag. The Parliamentary Council. They will decide our fate. Bro, we could get the Industrialists in here like that. But, I mean, this is a very limited test, but also, like, the effect I'm noticing seems really robust, and it's not... This part was us losing a bankroll, so that's not the command economy part, but this is just kind of slight decreases. We have this hitch here. I think that's when a bunch of buildings completed. But yeah, I mean, you're correct that you would need to run, like, 2 in parallel where you do everything. Not gonna lie, I think command economy should unironically give 100% dividend efficiency, and the penalty should be the throughput. Yeah, that seems maybe reasonable. I think I would be okay with that. I'm also not, like, necessarily against command economy just sucking hard, but, well, inside of me there are 2 wolves, and one wolf, likes having a lot of different toys to play with, and if command economy felt viable enough to play with it, then, like, that wolf would be happy, and then the other wolf just, like, only cares about what's best, and then I'm kind of indifferent. And having extra options is just kind of doesn't matter. The best one's gonna be the best one no matter what. I mean, I think when I make my video tonight, I'm just gonna be like, I just think laissez-faire is just best. Because that's kind of what I think now. With, like, with some very narrow bands of interventionism is going to be better when you are more government ownership, maybe? No, laissez-faire is still giving more to the investment pool. I don't know. Maybe 90 to 100% with the 5 techs, so you can get over, so you can't go over 100%. Yeah, that would be reasonable, maybe. Or 85% because the Afghanistan 5% bonus. Command economy probably needs a longer term test. I'd wait until nationalize all equivalent. Yeah, I don't feel like clicking all these buttons. But also, like, well, if we click buttons that improve PMs, stuff will go up. We can see kind of we're increasing the price of the thing, which, to be fair, like, the fact that the price is increasing is actually good, but in some sense, but we would be less able to do trade routes as well with the throughput, and we can't use trade to stimulate our economy as much. Marxist lens only game promotes economic growth. Rip. The truth hurts. I mean, co-ops are good. What about co-ops ownership? It's solid. I think laissez-faire is just better. The big thing about cooperative ownership that was good before was that the investment pool malus used to make it so that after a certain point you no longer wanted to have capitalists, or you no longer wanted to have, capitalists. They'd contribute 20% of their income to the investment pool, but it's subjected to a malus that caused up to 70% of it to go away. I don't... can we find the tooltip? I guess we can't find the tooltip under command economy, but and what you would do is you would switch to council republic so that you would just have the farmers and the shopkeepers contributing their 5%, so that the 15% that was not being contributed relative to the capitalists, that money would not have 70% of it just being annihilated from the economy. Now there's no malice. Now capitalism's unbridled. So with capitalism, you're getting this 25% investment pool contribution efficiency, this max number of companies, this increased loan interest rate, and the private construction allocation, which is actually like a positive modifier. And what are we getting from council cooperative ownership exactly that we think is good? In exchange, you're getting SOL. The SOL is better, and this is a good thing, but like laissez-faire is also currently bugged right now, so that's a separate issue. But like we're talking about laissez-faire if it weren't bugged. It's a lot of null states. You'll be a little nully sometime. So it's like basically entirely. Wait a second. Okay, yeah. This also has 100% dividends reinvestment. So neither of these have government dividends. So neither of these will annihilate money from the economy. Interventionism and command economy are annihilating money from the economy. Command economy less, but the private ownership just seems better. I mean, if we had a bunch of level 1 buildings, command economy would be good. How is it laissez-faire bugged? Is it the construction bug? No, it's not the construction bug. It's a different bug. It's that if your state is split between cooperative or between government ownership and private ownership, like say this one has government ownership and private ownership, if it's split, and this one might even have the same bug, but we're not going to do the math to check. What will happen is that instead of all of the money going to reinvestment, instead a share of it goes to dividends, which means that if you're under laissez-faire, you have the base dividends rate, which is 25%. So a lot of money gets annihilated under laissez-faire with the bug. So, how's it deleting money? How's it deleting money from the economy? Just put it back via construction. So you're talking about right now, with what we're doing here with this. How's this deleting money from the investment pool? Okay, so this goes into dividends. This is the positive balance. Let's see. This 5.6k goes into government dividends, right? The rest is going into cash reserves because the building's not fully cash reserved up. For our government dividends, we're getting about $1 million. By the way, we've added $1 million in government dividends and we've lost total national revenue. So this just has the appearance of making us gobs and gobs of money, in my opinion, because our revenue's gone down. But these are multiplied by 6.8%. That means the other 32% just gets annihilated. It just disappears. It doesn't go into your treasury. It's just gone. It's bye-bye. It's see you later. It's sayonara. It's hasta la vista, baby. It's smell you later. So you can put this 68% back into construction, but the 32% has just disappeared. And that's why we will see our GDP fall as we nationalize everything. And as our GDP falls, I mean, you won't lose any from minting if you're over 200 million GDP still, but we'll get less income taxes, You can see the income taxes are falling very slightly, but keep in mind we didn't nationalize our entire economy here. We see consumption taxes fall because SOL is falling. People are consuming smaller baskets of goods. They're consuming less goods. Consumption taxes fall. Dividends taxes are falling, but to be fair, dividends taxes, we took away the things they get dividends for, but even after we're not taking away, they're still falling because SOL is dropping. Tariffs should go up because actually we're not producing as many goods, and so all of our import routes should increase. I think, yeah. Our export rates should also decrease, so maybe, I don't know what's going on. Our diplo packs are going down slightly, which is kind of amusing, but that's as France's bankroll. One country pays another country's income to each other based on the weekly tax revenue. So this excludes government dividends. Oh, it gets even worse. Bankrolls are going to be smaller if you're like getting most of your income from government dividends. The action has a chance to increase blah 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 blah. But the idea is that our taxes have gone down, right? So our pacts are going down because the France's bankroll is getting smaller and smaller. But this is so Jover. It's worse with a bankroll. Bankrolls are worse with command economy. It doesn't stay with the share owners. So with us owning, it does. With interventionism, or sorry, with laissez-faire, money does not get annihilated. With command economy, money's getting annihilated. With interventionism, money's getting annihilated. Anytime you're getting stuff in putting government dividends instead of reinvestment, money's getting annihilated. It would be better if the money stayed with the workers. It does on Council Republic. And then on laissez-faire, it goes to the owners. Interventionism might be the best law done, especially since a lot of buildings don't get privatized by pops. You don't want public ownership, though. Public ownership is bad. Bankrolls should be heavily nerfed. They're so broken. Yeah, I agree, but yeah. Ruins the bankroll meta, never use it. Yeah. There's just like... Yeah, even this is just tracking down. So you meant the worker? Yeah, so the worker, with cooperative ownership, all the workers are the shareholders. So when there's a positive balance, they all get the money. Laissez-faire is the one that doesn't delete money. When there's government ownership, it just all goes into reinvestment, or it's supposed to, but it's bugged. They should change it so that deleted money from govs goes to workers in the governments. They want it to be inefficient, though. They want it to be representing something, which is that capitalism always wins, baby. Broken in what way? We explained it briefly earlier, but instead of it all going to reinvestment, some of it's going to dividends, and the money that goes to dividends is subjected to a malus that deletes money from the economy. Deleted money should go in my bank account personally. I might show. Facts. Someone go someone go give Tarkus some pierogi money. Gotta get on that grind set. I think we have the two best laws then. I'll have a co-op. Yep, these are the best. It's interesting that agrarianism might be better than interventionism. And this one might, like, you can make like weird arguments between these three, but I think that there's kind of a tier list here now. Traditionalism is the we ignore it tier. This is just absolute trash. Because 15% mappy is just an absolutely horrific modifier. It's just like clearly the worst. And then up one tier is command economy. And then in B tier we have these three. And then in A tier we have cooperative ownership, and then S tier is laissez-faire. It sounds like they're trying to simulate corruption but aren't showing it. Yeah, I mean, you have different problems when people like the game doesn't at all simulate like monopolistic power and like deadweight loss to society that's caused by it, and like the robber barons, which I think are within this time period, which I think you could simulate if you wanted. But that's like I don't know how you would. I don't have a suggestion for how you would do it, but like. Still baffled since the game's release, people on Reddit have been lamenting how OP communism is in the game and how it's better than capitalism. Do people just not capitalist hard enough? Yeah, people don't capitalist hard enough, but also, like, if you look at this, keep in mind we did not nationalize our entire thing. You see that our income's gone down from before, overall, but you see this huge number on government dividends. If you, like, are trying to just look at that national revenue and, like, look how much I'm getting in gov dividends, and then you run a really positive balance, and then your economy comes up, it's, like, it's easy to understand how some people, like, think that it's super OP. It's just not. It's bad. Like, on 1.6, the reason it was bad was because the investment pool, the malice applied to command economy, and the people who thought it was good just didn't have big economies. Finally, industry band is good again. Let's go. Basically, they're in with the three, like, this deletes stuff, but maybe it's reasonable tiers because we have private ownership. I mean, you could keep everything privately owned, I guess, with command economy. You can't put stuff up to be purchased. I just realized. But you, like, just do it for the 25% authority. I mean, I guess you have to think about the 25% authority. Price gouging, duopolies, etc. Yeah, exactly. Like, there's, I think there should be a laissez-faire that causes malices and, like, a neoliberal laissez-faire that's not as explosive, but, like, doesn't cause those problems. People have been poisoned by the looty thumbnails to think that high budget is good in game. Well, capitalism is best for growing GDP and SOL in most cases. Yeah. Have you seen there's like a meme circulating around my Reddit. I think I sent it to you where like it's the IQ chart where like on the far like low IQ side it's like power big like positive balances, and then on the high IQ side it's like running a huge negative balance to stimulate the economy. You hate that they make traditionalism worse every patch? Maybe it should be. Hey! Thank you for the donation, Mr. Anonymous. Or Mrs. Anonymous. Love your attention to... Or Miss Anonymous. Love your attention to details. Keep it up. Thank you so very much. Big nice. So... Yeah, this has been so interesting to, like, try and figure out. But I mean... Because, like... on the pre-release day, I thought it was interventionism, laissez-faire interventionism, but I was thinking that because we were running government dividends under laissez-faire, and those dividends were hemorrhaging a lot of money. But if that's just a bug, then I think laissez-faire is just better. The only thing about laissez-faire is sometimes your investment pool can just accumulate to the moon, and if your investment pool is accumulating to the moon, that's effectively deleting money too. And I really don't know how to evaluate that, because that's just a weird thing where, like, in theory, your investment pool should be draining. And that shouldn't be a factor, and there's not a really good way to mathematically model it. I mean, the building it was filling before, it's still filling its reserves with about a third of the profits. If the same thing is happening to most of your nationalized buildings, then theoretically you could see another 50% increase in the government dividend in the near future. Sure. I think some of these buildings are also not profitable. Also, when we were looking at the building on the individual basis, we could just unpause and like let it crank for a little bit. But one of the problems is with letting it crank is you have to understand that new buildings are getting completed too. So like there's like confounds in here. But like if we see this government dividends like crank up by like. If we see the national budget just like crank up super high. But the problem is we're about to start completing a bunch of buildings. But some of these should be filling up, right? I tried switching my economy with electricity to Prussia and couldn't get income positive anymore. Any suggestions? What's the best way to do it? Just try doing a few states at a time and get the hang of, like, how many you need per thing. Or you can math out how much electricity you'll need and then build it so that it's there and then switch up the electricity. Simply make more construction sectors true. So this looks relatively flat. And so is our total balance. Our total balance has come down like 10k, but I don't know necessarily what's causing it, right? And now it's back up to like where it was. But we're also like finishing buildings, which is creating demand. Another confound is that SOL is dropping on all the pops that got fired. But also we were making 1.5 million before, right? Unless I'm like misremembering something. And SOL's continuing to drop. Also, migration is a confound, right? Because our population keeps going up. Was this when we... No, I don't think that's Command Economy doing that. That's annexing something. But our population's also going up. As your population goes up, it increases your GDP no matter what. And it does other stuff. Why do we want to nationalize buildings? We don't. Actually, I think you want to nationalize foreign buildings, but that's it. It'll just come back to the pool in greater quantities, won't it? I'm not sure I know you're accelerating construction. More pool, yeah. You're not seeing this bump I thought I'd see. Yeah. Now, yeah, I think it's just like super worse. Like the fact that we have less money to work with on top of the other issue. Like, I was actually expecting to see this go up, not go down, and then have this other stuff go down, this and this go down, and have it be such that it just didn't properly offset things. To be fair, we recovered a little bit, but part of that is like the trade routes shifting, which we can tell is happening because there's like way more tariffs. So the trade routes are in a little bit of a recovery mode, but if we are outputting less goods because of the throughput malice, that means we can't export as much, and export is fundamentally like the most valuable like thing you could do, and so you just like lose that, and you lose the advantage you have over other nations in regards to having a lower priced good if you lose out on the throughput. Like the throughput has more negative effects than just the initial effect itself. Like if you've ever played. Who is it? Like, so we used to do competitive 3v3v3s. We might be bringing him back. And there was a player named Joey who would go interventionism, and this was a while back before, like, all this had changed, obviously. And what he would do is he would subsidize his stuff, specifically iron, wood, and tools, and then we would export to other players, and he would undercut their prices so that they couldn't develop those industries. And then they would end up getting their private queue building inferior industries, and they wouldn't fight back hard enough economically against like this level of thing, and they would just tolerate having bad industries, and they would just get wrecked long term. And he was able to have the better industries in larger numbers and this sort of thing. When you are getting a throughput malice, you make it so that you can't disproportionately have more wood than you otherwise would, because you're not like you can't export as much wood, you can't drop the price as low, which means you can't run as many exports, which means other people end up building wood, so you do not get to have as high a proportion of better buildings as other nations do, than you would otherwise with your ability to like increase throughput by larger amounts. Although wood's not that great, well actually I think we still have a lot of pops or a lot of peasants, so wood is still fine enough. But losing access to this is like, it's more than just having the 15% dip in your economy. Tried playing as Japan, didn't know how to get rid of the landowners in a timely manner. Patch, any ideas? Well, you said without cheesing a rev, so cheesing the rev's the easiest way. But also you can abdicate to, you can force the Intelligentsia to get really mad, and then you can abdicate, but then you lose the Meiji Restoration because you have to stay on, whatever it is. You could maybe try and create a movement for serfdom that doesn't care about monarchy and then abdicate to it. But that's maybe more complicated than... Perhaps the scale of command economy's efficiency malice is unjustified in the current state of the game. I mean... So, like, the question is the question we have to ask is, are they trying to create a simulation of IRL? Because IRL, I think command economy is actually just really inefficient. And that I think there's a reason that the Chinese Communist Party basically turned China into like a managed capitalism instead of command economy. And so, like, anarchy is just terrible. It's a complete meme law. But everyone who's ideologically a communist will get really mad at command economy as a meme law, but maybe it should be. Cooperative ownership, I think, shouldn't be, and cooperative ownership is really strong. But then if you want everything to be balanced, I think, yeah, you would need to really buff command economy and also agrarianism. Because agrarianism is like an alternative playstyle enabling thing that like really doesn't pull weight. After like kind of taking a closer look at this, what's the biggest economies in your game with their GDP amount? In this game, I think we're biggest. A little bit worse. Krakow, we saw USA. Our USA and our Krakow run in like December of, I don't want to spoil stuff by like loading it up, but it was like at like 500 million GDP. It was insane. Nationalizing is like running a company, giving your CEO 50% of all the earnings and expect to be competitive with your competitor. Yeah. I want the laws to be equal strength, but I want them to each be strongest in one aspect. But the problem is like you're trying to gain economic power, and it's kind of like not who has more economic ability to fund military and growth is like kind of a uni-axis thing, unless you are going to give command economy something like a construction bonus. Which would be different, and I don't think it inappropriate. Like if you gave them a construction efficiency bonus and then a huge economic kick in the nuts that they currently have, then maybe that's something you could do that would make them better at specifically cranking up. I mean, I think there's things that like China's managed economy does a lot better than like more Western like hands-offish economy. It's good for making enough tanks to reclaim Stalingrad. Yeah, facts. Although, to be fair, I think the USA was running a command economy during World War II as well. Maybe command economy should just be a trap. Yeah, that's kind of... So my opinion is that it's unclear to me what the devs are trying to do with command economy, and it's kind of frustrating because I don't know how to interpret it. From that perspective, because I think that anarchy is very obviously just like bad, and like there's no reason to do it, and it is just a trap, and it's like clearly bad. But command economy is like well, actually I think command economy is just like kind of really bad now. I mean, like, I really feel like this should be higher. Like, I was expecting this part to go up, but overall like stuff to go down. But like like, if you're doing an agrarian-style playstyle, LF shouldn't be better than agrarianism. That's what I'm trying to say, I think. Yeah, I think LF is better because the capitalist ownership type is significantly better than aristocrats, and you would rather just have capitalists buying all the aristocrat goods. You're too poor to afford a Paradox games? Oof. I think they're on sale. You should keep an eye out for Humble Bundle sales. I think like Victoria was like $7 a little while back. Agrarian combined with foreign investment seems very strong. Interesting. You can increase throughput with decree with extra authority, or not as good, but it's there. Yeah, there's things you could give. But you're talking about offsetting the negative of command economy by running like this. But the problem is you can just do this on laissez-faire and get even more bonus. How do you check if you have foreign-owned buildings? So there's a really cool map mode. GDP ownership, which gives you a heat map of who owns what in the building. So we own all of the GDP in our country, but we own, for example, in Venezuela, we could look at individual states in Venezuela, where we could look at what percentage of the economy we own. And so there's a lot of countries, or there's a lot of states where we own a big portion of the economy. I think LF should have a malice to represent deadweight loss to society created by monopolistic power, but it doesn't. But also, like, yeah, it's like, it should be about trying to... Or if the industrialists lobbied for stuff that was just bad for you, and good for the industrialists. Am I blind, or can you not rename armies? No, I'm lazy. I haven't renamed them. You can buy Steam keys on third-party sites. Please do not advertise. I don't know if that's something that could get me in trouble, so I'd rather people don't discuss, like, things that are perhaps less than legal ways of acquiring the game. Yeah? I can't do another USA run. I've done like 3 or 4 USA runs in the past few months. There's just no way. It's too many USA runs. Oh, you were asking me how. I thought you were shaming me for not renaming my armies. Just like the person who came in early in construction shamed me. The truth hurts. But, yeah, I was excited to experiment with a bunch of new toys. I guess we did experiment a little bit, but after reflecting and realizing that what I was observing with laissez-faire is caused by a bug, in that, like, I'm not sure, if this was 90%, suddenly you'd be able to have a conversation, or 80% or 75%. I think laissez-faire might just be better all game, Ice Nick. I'm not sure if interventionism... so it's possible that if your building is privately owned, laissez-faire is better than interventionism. If your building is publicly owned, very, very early on, it might be that you can generate more funds if you're on interventionism for the purposes of adding construction. But I also think that might not even be the case, and that the investment pool, the government dividends reinvestment might be enough. But not only that, really early on, an additional company is generally extremely good. Like, if you have 1 company or 0 companies, the first company you get is so valuable. So I think just categorically... Now, cooperative ownership doesn't even have the advantage it had in 1.6 in regards to the late game, because there's no negative money malice. So I just think laissez-faire actually just might be best, and it's like... but it's bugged right now. With the bug, late game interventionism and Council Republic seems better. So, did they say when the hotfix is? I think they said they were going to do one next week, but generally it's better for them from their perspective, and honestly, just like I 100% agree, it's generally better for them to be cagey about dates when they don't know how long it's going to take them to do something. They shouldn't say when they're going to have a deliverable, because people generally get really upset. Hey Gene, how's it going? What's the bug we found with LF? So, with laissez-faire, laissez-faire should have nothing going to government. What is it? All of the government dividends should be going to reinvestment. None of it should be going to dividends. Some of it goes to dividends when the ownership of the building is split. So if you have a 10-stack textile mill, and half of it is privately owned and half is publicly owned, then the publicly owned ones will contribute money to government dividends, which is how money gets erased. If it's wholly owned by the government, though, it all goes to the investment pool, which is what you want. And so that means that under laissez-faire, money deletion is occurring that would not otherwise occur, and it happens at the base rate for government's dividends efficiency. So it happens at 25%. And so interventionism is at 50% for government dividends efficiency. So if you're forced to have government dividends, laissez-faire is bad, but laissez-faire should just have zero government dividends. Do you think that the DLC diversified gameplays? Yes, 100%, because, I don't think we're going to continue from here, so let's just leave this block. Say goodbye to the common turn, everyone. And then I think that all 5 of these probably play substantially different enough that it's going to give you a lot more replayability. Yeah, that's why they released on a Monday. It makes sense, so that they can patch stuff quicker if they can. When will the first balance patch be? I don't know exactly. What is the bug regarding LF? I think that you typed that before I just explained it, so I'll not explain it again. Oh, I thought that that was what you discovered in the stream yesterday, was split ownership. I thought something else had been found. No, it's just I think it actually happens with all of the. I think it happens with everything, but it specifically negatively affects laissez-faire more than all the other ones. I think they actually all do that, but I'm saying, like, people are asking which one's best, and my answer is, well, right now it's not laissez-faire because of the bug, but if the bug is gone, then it's laissez-faire, unless I'm misunderstanding something, which I might be. And we just kind of finished up, because I think you just got here, we just finished up testing command economy, and we were noticing, wow, we're down to 475k here. Oh wait, that's because we're running a bureaucracy deficit now. But we were noticing that it doesn't even seem like you can run as big a balance with command economy, which is really what command economy is supposed to give you, is a bigger positive balance in exchange for other things. But we turned it on, SOL started dropping. Notably, there's a slight confound in that our bankroll is dropping because bankrolls are based on taxes, but honestly, like, if bankrolls are based on taxes and bankrolls are part of the meta, anything that, like, hurts the bankroll meta is actually maybe bad. So that's France's bankroll getting smaller, because when you go onto it, it switches from taxes to dividends, right, is the idea, but, yeah. What do you mean when you're saying forced to have government dividends? So, when you're on laissez-faire, this shouldn't exist. You should have nothing that is giving you government dividends. Instead, the dividends, or the government dividends, should be entering the investment pool, according to the law, unless I'm wildly misunderstanding it. And what the bug does is it instead splits it up so that some is going to the investment pool and some is going to government dividends, and the government dividends are bad. Does it actually change 100% investment pool? I thought it was increase the investment by 100%, meaning double. No, it makes it's a share thing. So like here we can see 50%. Here, let's hover it. An increase or decrease to the fraction of dividends from the nationally owned building that is paid into the investment pool instead of being converted into government dividends. So it's going into the government dividends. So, are you sure that those dividends aren't coming from foreign investments? I checked this. I checked this with this game, I think. We keep looking at Jujui. I think I checked this while we were on LF because we own this. And the foreign investments are or well, they were paying entirely out into reinvestment when we were on laissez-faire. Now they're paying entirely out to dividends because we swapped over to command economy. So the foreign investments are still supposed to follow our laws, not the local laws, which was what I thought. That's what I checked like yesterday morning, because I thought that might be what was causing the problem. Bankroll meta, he asks. Well, right now you can get bankrolls from people, and it's wholly inappropriate that they will bankroll you through multiple bankruptcies, but right now France is actually sending us 644k, which is gone down of late, but this represents, 20% of our income. And so very often what you do is you use various sways and means to try and acquire a bankroll, and then you just really pop off and add a ton of construction. El Hail Calcifer says, I think that they should have a higher limit based on the giver's income. I don't think that this is the solution, because I don't think you should be allowed to normally bankroll a GP in order to get obligations on them or something like this. But if you wanted to, you could make it so that the relationship is not possible categorically if there's too big a difference between your economies. But yeah, in terms of eliminating exploitative gameplay, getting rid of the bankroll would be better. The bankrolls used to go away after they would go bankrupt once, which I think is fine and fair. I thought that was better. I don't know why they swapped it so it's 10 years. But dog barking meta, yeah. But I also would be fine if you just couldn't reverse sway a bankroll. Like if they just made it so it wasn't there. Because I feel like nothing good comes from it. Is high tax is still good? It's good, but it's not as good. Or, well, it's mixed. I think that very often you're not going to be high taxing yourself below 50 legitimacy. And this is kind of probably something you want to avoid. And high taxes now have doubled the legitimacy and radicals from standard of living malice. And so there's way more radicalism going on now, and that a really important tool to combat radicalism that allows you to run high taxes, that was maybe not necessary in 1.6 but is probably necessary now, is resigning from office or abdicating. And it's got a pretty long cooldown, but using this mechanic to first of all pass laws, and then second of all to using it to eliminate a bunch of radicals to stem the tide, because radicalism is just way rougher in this patch. Like, despite us having a high SOL and being multicultural, we have like a lot of radicals, and I think we have max level home affairs, or nearly. Bankrolls should be limited to 5% of the tiger's income? I didn't realize the tiger was getting paid. The targets, I assume, or 50% of the receivers, whichever is smaller. Yeah, I mean, I'd also be okay if you couldn't bankroll someone who was, you could only bankroll people one power rank lower. Which would make it really hard to get a bankroll from a GP while being a GP yourself. And so it'd be really hard to have an economy so big that you could just absolutely drain them, like, drain these a lot bigger countries. Which would also make it so that you could not be bankrolled once you're a GP. I'd be super fine with this. When meta guide, I'm going to be working on it after I eat. So after I finish this stream, which I think we're going to finish up. I'm going to see if anyone's on Twitch. But I don't have anyone I follow who streams at this hour, so like I'm probably not going to see. Oh, Ben Feingold. Alright, we're going to raid Ben Feingold. He's, you might notice some sayings that I use. Some of them I've stolen from Ben. Ben is a very strong chess player, and The Truth Hurts is from him. And so I do like to rate him every now and then. We will also link him to the YouTubers as we kind of be on our way here. And I will bid you all farewell, adieu, au revoir, goodbye, smell you later, etc., mostly etc., and have a good one. Bye-bye now.